Hello. How's everybody doing? I'm just watching Mike Matei playtesting the new AVGN game. The new AVGN game, I saw a little bit about it. It looks really good. I like the old one, the AVGN Adventures 1 and 2. I actually thought that game was pretty fun. Yeah, I actually thought that game was pretty fun. But the new one looks just even 10 times better. I hope it is. I'm still sad to see, and I don't remember or know what the reasons for it were. I'm sad to not see, I guess I should say, James and Mike Mondays anymore. I didn't realize that the new AVGN, the game had come out yet. It's going to be available on an actual NES. I think I'll buy it that way. Then, because that sounds really cool to be able to buy an AVGN game, a new game. They did that with. I reckon Mike got burnt out and just wanted to stream. That's fair. It hasn't come out yet. He's just testing it. Oh, okay. What is his? What are his impressions of it? I'm curious. But talking about how he playtests it. Okay. Yeah, I think it looked fun. It looked to me it looked really similar to the way that they had been doing the screw attack ones, but I like the screw attack ones quite a bit, so I thought it was a cool concept. I thought it looked pretty fun. But it's something I would definitely like to have on the cartridge. I wonder how much the cartridge is going to be. Yeah. I think the guy who made Prison City is doing... Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I'm wondering how... I'm wondering how expensive it's going to be to get it. I was looking at... speaking of retro games that have come out... games that have come out that are retro and vice versa, I had watched... Clock Tower, which is a game I like a lot, and they relaunched it, and one of the gaming stores local to me had gotten it and said I guess they put it out on I'm trying to think of the company. Limited Run put it out on cartridge, so it's not just a download only game. And it's like $70, and it's got a new like narrative style, but it's still kind of just the same game. So I'm like, I don't think I could justify $70. But if they come out with a cartridge, I mean, I'll pay $30 or whatever they do for that. If they put it out there for like $30, I'll do that. Honestly, with it being a physical cartridge, even if they put it out for like 40 or 50, I think I would. That's a little expensive, but at the same time, I think I would probably buy it because it's an actual cartridge. But when you're putting it out on like modern hardware and it's $70 and you didn't do anything, like this is a new game from the ground up, whereas that one is an old game that they basically just made some new comic storytelling elements of it. And I'm like, well, I don't know about that. So. But I'm excited. I'd be excited to get the cartridge of that. I think again, I like the previous ones. Oh, my goodness, I am exhausted. So I kind of want to preface this stream, and I've said it in the description and such. But I'm tired. I was 40. Oh, wow. Oh, welcome in, by the way, Omega. Clock Tower Rewind cost 40 via limited run when it was available for pre-order. Yeah, and then now it's now they've got it, and it's they've gotten it into some of the gaming. And yeah, it's I have a couple of gaming stores in the city closest to me. I live out in the middle of nowhere, thankfully, but the city closest to me has like 3 or 4 game stores. And the ones that have it, it's $70. And I'm sitting there going, look, I get it. You can't. You're a game store. You bought it for 40. You got to turn a profit. There is a convenience factor because you did pay shipping. I get that, but $70 is assuming that you paid $30 in $20 in shipping, and are making a $10 markup. Don't sell it around what eBay guys are selling it for. Like, make it fair. Make your profit. If your profit's 10% or whatever, or 20%, whatever, do it for that, you know. Especially if you're a real store. And I'm not trying to criticize them on the whole, because I like these stores, and I know the owners of all of these stores very well, and they're good people. But it's like this is my one critique to the stores that are doing this, is like, if you bought it for 40 and you paid, $10 shipping, that's $50, and you need to make a 10% profit or even a 20% profit, that's $60, right? 20% of the 50 is going to be 60, is going to add $10 to it. So that's $60. That's still $10 cheaper than what you're selling it for. You don't need to make a 40% profit. That doesn't make sense. Hi Ash, hi Retro. Yeah, hello there, Omega. It's good to get to talk with you, and I kind of want to preface some stuff on this stream. This is a different stream than the streams that I've done in a while, and so I kind of want to afford some transparency. I put some of it in there, but I have been working like crazy for these past couple of weeks, traveling, and the workload has been very intense, and there's all kinds of possible changes coming around where I might be doing even more. Of course, I'm going to demand more money. That's not a secret. I've already done so to some extent. Putting my cord back here real quick. My microphone cable had come out of the little thing to keep it in line. And I'm tired. I'm very exhausted, and I thought, you know what would be nice, and I'll also throw this out there too. I don't like to talk about this or celebrate this a ton. I've done it before to try to cope with it, and it just doesn't work for me. I tried it years ago, and it doesn't. Everybody knows that I've been very open about. I'm only really afraid of one thing, and that's time. And another year has passed, another birthday has passed, and I've tried celebrating it, and I don't want to do that. What I want to do is I want to talk. I want to play games. I like playing the games that I like. I like Celeste and all. It's been fun, but I just want to play games that I'm comfortable with today. Just ones that I really like. That maybe it's a little bit nostalgia. Maybe it's just because I'm having fun, and then just talk with people, ask questions, philosophize, think for a second deeply on odd topics, gather perspective, learn something new. These are things that I think I would like to do today. And maybe you're interested in being a part of that, and maybe that's just boring to you. And no matter what it is, I appreciate the fact that you've even considered coming in and talking with me this far, or if you see this after the fact, that you've stayed long enough to hear me say this. I was looking at the Castlevania PS2 games on eBay, and they were more expensive than I thought. I only bought one. I only bought Lament of Innocence on PS2 because it was all it came out on. Curse of Darkness for me is on Xbox. Which, speaking of which, throw this back out there, something that I do always do, and I kind of like to do, is if you are interested in what I do and you want to see people who are much more specialized and much more knowledgeable about some, I do this kind of slapdash general retro thing, and it's just about having fun, but if you want to see people who have great and specialized knowledge who also have fun channels, please do check in the description below. We have Ash, we have Thumb Bros for his speed racing content for the 8-bit. We have Omega Ace, who has a wonderful knowledge. He does a lot of just kind of what feels good in terms of the retro, but does a lot of and has a ton of Castlevania knowledge, and has been doing Curse of Darkness, which has been awesome. And I highly recommend it if you're a Castlevania fan. There's never been a point where I'm a huge Castlevania fan, have been for a long time. Every time I go and watch the Belmont Hold, I learn something completely that I never knew, something completely different from what I thought. So, and then of course Viddy, who does Viddy Plays and Viddy's gaming videos. Although I think he's doing some hiatus, it's still worth taking a look at his very impressive, very fun, and approachable backlog. And of course, my beautiful wife, the Siren Ivy, who is on her Twitch channel, I think, most frequently, but she can be found as well streaming just what makes her feel good, which is one of the things I love the most about it, is just whatever feels good. They've gone up of late. I'd have to take a look and see what they're going for. I mean, I'm not going to... If I had multiples, obviously I'd send some to you. Well, I don't necessarily know if they'd run, but because of region locking, but... I'd send them to you. I didn't know. I haven't kept check on the price. Recently, I finally removed Twitter from my phone. Haven't missed it. I stopped going there a long time ago. I was like, man, it's nice to chat with you while I can. Oh, it's always a pleasure. I like playing games, and I like going through and doing the episodic stuff, and I've had a lot of fun with the challenges of Celeste, but it's crazy. And this is let me put something into perspective that maybe you understand daily, that just struck me and strikes me on odd notes. But some of the people that I've had the pleasure of meeting and speaking with here on the internet, who have shown themselves to be fun and loyal and well-tempered people, such as yourself, Omega, such as yourself, Ash, I met and began speaking with almost 5 years ago, during the very beginnings of the pandemic. That's half a decade. Omega, it might have been a little bit later, but I think it was about the same. I caught up with you, I think, on your Super Mario Bros. 3 playthrough was the first, I think, that we spoke on. And just that's just insane to me, how quickly half of a decade has passed. Now, granted, the pandemic made time, kind of distorted time for a lot of people, and I'm subject to that also, but my goodness, it's just, you don't have a hold on it. Just time, it just goes. That's crazy. Half of a decade has gone. So what you're telling us is that you're quitting YouTube. No problem, I'll take my... I'm not quitting. That's one of the things that I think. Thanks, Retro. I'm not sure what I've done that's worth thanking, but I certainly take. I mean, if we're talking about my promotion of your stuff, it's true. I appreciate the thanks, but it's genuine. I love the Belmont Hold stuff, and I've hated so far that I've had to lurk in the streams. I've tried to pop in when I could. It's just been insane in terms of the busy and my life has become more filled with I just the middle finger. That's funny. We all drop in when we can. No, and I appreciate that. Some of the things that I've been, I just, I like the fact that that's a middle finger. Thanks. Hi, Viddy. How you doing? I was telling them I just wanted a time to stop and talk and play games that I am interested in and to philosophize, and it's just been, work has been so busy, and there's been what I would consider to be an unacceptable amount of politicking, and it's just been tiresome, and I just wanted to take a moment to stop and play some retro games, just random retro. I say random, it'll probably be ones you've seen me play before that I just enjoy playing, and I'll play a couple of them. You know, it'll probably be some form of a Mario, some form of a Donkey Kong, maybe some form of a, there's going to be a lot of Super Nintendo games. I would go with original Nintendo games, but it's the Super Nintendo ones are easier for me to switch around, I guess. I have a couple of NES games I'd wanted to do too, but I'm like, we'll just stick to some SNES ones that I enjoy, and, not looking to pass, just kind of playing with what feels good, what's fun. But yeah, it's just tired. I'm just tired, and I'm not tired of people. I'm not tired of, I want to be, I'm not depressed or anything. It's just, I'm actually physically and mentally exhausted. And I guess one thing I wanted to, we don't greet here, we thank. That's what it is. It's, you are all a very gracious group of people. And that's fair. Let me move over to I have to remember, I never remember what button I've put it on, so forgive me if it takes me a couple, but I'm going to try to move it over to our fireplace chat screen for a second. So one moment, please. Did I get it? Look at that, I remembered. I wouldn't say I'm tired of people. It's just, I wouldn't say that. I'm exhausted. I'm actually exhausted. And there have been a lot of concepts that one of the things that I think I do a lot here when we chat and when we philosophize is I put my ideas to the gallery, because I like it when people are willing to challenge. If they believe that I'm truly wrong. This is a good open hall for debate. There's no judgment. It's just, But I feel like I'm going to use a term that I feel like has lost a lot of meaning, but it's the only way I can, I think, colloquialize it. Toxic positivity. I feel like that this has been something that has become more pervasive in my life most recently, and it's especially been with my work, but it's been in general. For people who know, I'm not someone who's ever felt depression, but by that same metric, I don't know if I experience happiness the same way that other people do either. So I'm kind of always in the middle, right? I'm okay. Like, I don't feel bad. I don't feel great. I just feel me, like I'm me. And I've recently become something within my position, which is something I was already doing. I'm an auditor for the most part, but I've become something more of a statistician. My role has evolved to that of a statistician and a debater, in favor of the work and the efficacy of the work that I submit. And I'm trying not to get detailed. I'm not going to betray the company by saying names or anything like that. I'm gonna keep it pretty ethereal, pretty out there. But because I still like what I do. But there's when I put forward an idea that shows a mathematical negative or a quantifiable negative, a logical negative, there's always a dismissal of it as a pessimism, even if I can prove that that's the case. Same thing with life. If I have an opinion where I can prove that there's a negative, maybe it's a discussion on a particular politic, maybe it's a discussion on a particular thing, it's almost always immediately dismissed as a negative. And it is negative to some extent. But I believe that there's good utility in pessimisms and negativity because that shows us what we should start correcting so that we don't end up in that logical, or potentially illogical, but that logical negative. And instead it's kind of placated with this platitude of that's just being negative. I have no qualms with the Toxic Crusade. Well, I would, yeah, sure. I'm not worried about Toxie or any of that. I'm just talking toxic positivity. If there's any word that describes Ash, it's gracious. It's good gracious. A southernism, I'm sure. Thank you. I like that. Society insists we shouldn't be and I'm not. I want to be really clear too. Like I know a lot of great people who suffer from depression, and obviously I'm not saying that if you're prone to depression or if you're depressive. I think you meant debater, not. That's funny. Yeah, so it's kind of, yeah, to Vinny, to your point, there's a big thing. Like, if you're prone to depression, obviously you should try to not dwell in those negative thoughts, because depression generally is a chemical issue, but it's also, and sometimes, and a lot of times, my understanding is it's illogical. It's an illogical. See, Ash has got a great sense. All of you have a great sense of humor. You've all shown different senses of humor. I think you do a great job of that. And here I am, speaking deeply on something, fairly macabre. And I apologize. I like to reflect. I like to throw my ideas to the gallery because maybe I'm silly. Maybe I'm wrong. And you guys are guys that I respect and people that I respect. That if you said, maybe look at it this way, maybe I hadn't thought of it that way. That'd be what I would do, is go back and look at it and say, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm looking at it the wrong way. But I think there's a lot of utility in appropriate pessimism. I personally think that most of the depression that I've seen is illogical pessimism, right? It's pessimism that dictates that there's no high. It's always just the lows. And I lost a friend 9 years ago next month to those illogical thoughts, to those irrational thoughts. And I don't think that that's healthy, and I don't think that that's good, and I don't make excuses for that. What I'm talking about is when you can show that there is something that's wrong. I think that toxic positivity tells you that maybe it's not as bad as you think it is, and then you realize when it impacts you that it was worse or at least as bad as you thought it was. Or you're given that, oh well, only you can change it, but that's not necessarily the truth. Sometimes things are circumstantial, and it just kind of has all of this, stigma. And I think the same thing is true about anger, which I think has a stigma. I think it's fine to be angry, and I think it's fine to have hate. I have no problem with that. I don't think that you hear the terms hateful and angry and thrown around as pejoratives, and I don't think they are. I think that misguided anger, misdirected hate, to hate somebody for something that they are, is a misguided or misappropriated hate, because that doesn't make sense. But to hate something that somebody was, not arbitrarily, to hate a person for being terrible to you, to have a resentment against a behavior pattern from somebody so much that it motivates you not to do something negative to them, but to do something positive with yourself, that you never be classified in the same breath and sentence and compared to that person, I think is a very healthy. I think hate and anger are very healthy motivators. I hate the way that person treats people. There's no way. That motivates me to never be compared to this person. I'm going to be better. I hate the way this person is. To hate somebody for something that they were born as, that doesn't make sense. That's silly. But to hate someone for something, or to hate something that they are of choice, that is bad, that is negative, I think that's fine, so long as you don't misappropriate that hate, and so long as you don't misuse that hate, so long as you use it to improve yourself, not to detract from others. I think that's fine. I appreciate what you're trying to say. Yeah, I'm not. I may not be remarkably articulate. So forgive me if I'm not doing justice to the topic. But I guess what I'm trying to say ultimately is, feel what you feel. My opinion. Feel what you feel completely. Do not feel that you are less good or less this or that because you feel that way. Don't let other people dictate that even things that are traditionally considered negative emotions should be dismissed, so long as all of those things are to motivate you to do what you feel would make you the next best version of yourself. It doesn't matter whether it's negativity, positivity, morality, people telling you that you're not a good person because you say negative things. And all emotions, positive or negative, can be misappropriated. So make sure when you do it that it's an appropriate reaction, but then experience the entirety of that reaction and weaponize it against the thing that holds you back, not the person that should never have been caught in the crossfire. I think that's what I'm trying to say. It's just something I've been thinking on very recently. And I think part of it was, I've talked about him before. He was someone I was a big fan of philosophically. Arthur Schopenhauer was his name, and he was kind of considered the most brutally pessimistic. And I don't subscribe to all of his ideas, but I kind of was doing more studying on him when I realized that he had written a lot on this. That's just something I was thinking about. Feel what you feel entirely. Don't misappropriate it. Don't throw it out there to other people, especially if it's not productive. Use it to fuel what makes you better. You know, I might not like this person because he's a jerk. I don't need to go tell him he's a jerk. I need to aspire never to do what I think he did wrong. I don't need to change him. I need to ensure that I never become that. But I don't need to tell him that. I just need to do it myself. Does that make sense? I don't know. Maybe I'm prattling, but that's kind of my thing. I'm not that open about my mental health issues, and more often than not, I forget that it's just a chemical imbalance. And it sounds like a relegation to say just a chemical imbalance. It is a chemical imbalance, but it's impactful. It's an impactful chemical imbalance, and there should be no shame. I hate that you have to feel a negative way because of certain chemicals, but at the same time, there should not be a shame or a stigma about that either. Or it could be easy to be pessimistic when we think about it. Can be easy to be pessimistic about that, and I think I've always been an advocate for think for yourself. You know, we can debate politely, right? We can disagree politely, but don't take what I say at face value. Don't take what anybody says at face value. Do your research. Think about it critically, and then debate it respectfully. That's not hard. It really is. I promise. It's not hard to do that, and I know you guys know that. It's not hard to debate respectfully. We've done it before. We've done it here several times, and it's been great. I've learned so much just getting to hear your points of view and your perspectives in a debate forum. That's what I enjoy. Sometimes fairly notable people online do or say things that make it hard not to hate them, but I don't do or say anything about it. And that's Viddy, I would argue that embodies exactly my thought. There are people that do things that we might find deplorable. I want to be very clear also on this. I'm not telling you what is right or wrong. I'm pretty open about this. I'm what's called a moral relativist. Some people could call me an abject utilitarian. I don't necessarily know if I subscribe to that, but I am very close to that. I'm a moral relativist. I believe the circumstance. I don't believe that there are very many things. I think there's maybe, I can think of one thing. And there's an umbrella of that one thing. I can't think of anything, I can think of one thing that I feel like is universally negative, that is universally bad, and so far as I would call evil. But I can't think of almost anything else apart from this umbrella of things that I consider to be evil. It's also circumstantial. So I can't tell you what's good or bad. I'm just putting out what I think that's... I've just spit it out. It's a harder thought to articulate, and perhaps it requires someone of greater skill than I. Anhedonia, comparing yourself to others. Time feeling just like, yeah. Well said. I also hope you get some good rest, Retro. I appreciate that you couldn't stream nearly a week ago, as well as read the philosophy notes to help me out after all. Your notes are great, though. The notes you're getting, and I hope you're having fun with it. That makes sense, yeah? I hope so. I may be poorly articulate in this. I'm trying my best. So, and again, if you take fundamental disagreements, I'm not pushing myself out as correct. I'm always open to learning something new from people who have walked different paths in life than I have. It doesn't matter whether you're younger or you're older. I know the vast majority of people in my chat are younger, but those perspectives also are incredibly valuable. It's just I'm putting out what I currently have been thinking on. I don't need to tell them that part resonates with me, because I feel like everyone has to have an opinion on everything nowadays. It doesn't. Sometimes I see there's a great power in silence, I think. Hey, Rich. Hey, Fighting Max, how you doing? I apologize for having been so absent. Again, I've been working, and I am exhausted, and I thought this was just kind of a neat way to come in and take a break and afford maybe myself and perhaps some of you some catharsis from the patterns, I guess, of the weeks. Thanks and not greetings. Thanks. Fair enough. With every note, I'm just interested in second opinions, sometimes to help understand what is being said in class. And you probably have a great grasp. I'm offering maybe a secondary perspective, but it's really nice. I have to step away to pick up some old... Man, me... No worries. You're not old, Omega. But no, of course, if you can come back, no worries. And if not, it was wonderful to get to say hi with you and get to speak with you briefly here. It's always a pleasure, man. I really appreciate you. Hans Molman Production presents me getting hit by a football. Oh no. Thanks again. Take care, Ash. Always, Viddy. Sounds like a German supervillain. Like, what was it, Venture Brothers? Baron von Underbite, which I love. Oh, that was really clever. Supervillain that says, Boorns? I appreciate you too. Such a gracious forum you all are. Such a gracious gallery. Such gracious people. But these are things I've been thinking on. These are the philosophies that I've been, the societal kind of expectations and pressures and back in, I said it before, we're still in that period, but back when I started the channel, or started recording stuff for the channel, which again was 2016. I put stuff up in 2017, but 2016. And then again in 2020, when I put some stuff up that was more topical. I played an X-Men game, and I said unite, and it was again about the divisiveness of people in America, most specifically, but the world was kind of there as well. And it's just philosophize. I started looking at it, and I realized my fault there is I was looking at the American problems, and I'm looking at the world problems, and then I'm realizing that these aren't world problems. These are just people problems. These are problems that we've had since before. These are problems that will, if we don't try and think of and look at them critically, it's uncomfortable. But if we don't start to look at them more critically, and we don't start to make these small changes, we're kind of constantly, and I think this is what X people. It's X. 2018, 20 end of 2019 for you and I, Ash, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. It may have been 2020, but I think it was the end of 2019, because I think you were one of the very first that I had the pleasure of speaking with, sir. I think I found this in 2020, COVID. Yeah, I know, and that's what I'm saying. Half of a decade has passed. According to Jennifer Lawrence's character or something, it should be called X-Women. Who mainly through Hape's stream. Yeah, and Hape's is still going strong, which is awesome. And I need to make an effort to go pop in and see a lot of his stuff. Is really fun. I like his stuff a lot. So maybe we did. Maybe we crossed paths before that. Maybe it's my poor memory. That did that. It's definitely been some time. That's true. It may have been. Maybe it was earlier. Because I mean, well, I don't know. I'll go back and I'll look and I'll see if I can find record of it. Because it would be only on it would only be on a handful of interactions. So yeah, I'll take a look. I was just in his DKCR stream recently. We just got a bit more people visiting, which has got a bit more people hopefully visiting the Twin. Oh, I'm sorry, Viddy. I forgot. You said on, I don't know why. You said on Sunday. Sunday for you is still Saturday for me. I don't know why in the world. I was sitting there thinking that was going to be tomorrow. Would you be able to know the first live chats that me and Ash, etc. appeared? I could probably find them. I wouldn't have problem digging through and finding them, unless you already have the answer to that. If you do, then I will happily defer to you, but if not, I'll happily look them up too. I've had about 84 accounts. You have had a few accounts, but that's okay. I'm sorry, really quickly. I want to continue on this with this thought for just a second here. I vaguely dig through your live streams to try and fail to keep record of all of the running gags, including but not limited to. There are probably a ton, and I have years worth of archive footage that go back 8 years, something like that, almost. Borrow Ash 20 kids. Would you like some toast? ASMR bedtime story. Research mode. That's true. There have been a fair few, haven't there? There's something charming also about that, because I would say there's something about this. We said borrow Ash 20 kids. Obviously, I know what you're saying. The way we would say it, obviously, is lend, right? Lend. But I like the way that borrow him 20. I just like the way that sounds. There's something very charming about that to my ears. So, but yeah, just real quick to kind of complete my thought here. Oh, we say lend too. It was your just brilliant comedic mind saying borrow. Because I like the way that sounds, even though I would say lend. I think. Well, see, borrow to me says that borrow is that I am accruing the indebtedness. Lend is that I am assisting the indebtedness. Oh, and the French and facts versus point of view, though, is something we've gotten a little deeper on too. Lend is giving. Yeah, sure, yeah. Lend is you giving it to someone, someone something to borrow, and borrowing is having something lent to you. Yes, that is correct, or lended, depending. I think it's lent though, appropriately. Kind of the difference between proved and proven, right? So for me, I use proved, but it can almost interchangeably be used with proven. But you can't use proven correctly in every place you can use proved. You can use proved in every place you can use proven, and it be correct. So I've used proved to keep my English correct. But that's a personal preference. If I understand what you're saying, it doesn't matter whether your English is correct or not. Farther versus further. Wait, people get that mixed up. They do. There are a lot. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of the proving of it. Prove it. It has not. Well, I think a court of law, which generally is for whatever reason, very heavy emphasis on Latin and very heavy emphasis on keeping the English grammatically correct, would argue that you must use proved in all cases. That it must be proved in a court of law, not proven in a court of law. But I could be wrong. But yeah, to finish this thought for just a second, I was talking about the toxic positivity thing, but what I'm getting at, what I think is the larger overarching problem here, or overarching if you prefer, is we are currently, I think, in the heyday, or at the apex, or at the zenith, whatever words you prefer to use. I like the word zenith. It's a really nice watch brand, and it also is it was a really good brand of television way back in the day, although I don't think they really make televisions anymore. I quite like that word, though. Zenith is just a very... Zenith or zenith is a very, very nice word. But it is... I think we're in this period of... this apectical period of dopamine high, and we're constantly wanting to feel good. We constantly want to be affirmed, and we have the internet to affirm us. We constantly want to feel happy, and we have the internet to entertain us. We constantly want to dispel negativity, and the internet offers us confirmation bias to do it. There are so many things that I think are contributing to this shape-shifting of our natural emotional states, or perhaps it preys on our natural emotional states or natural logical states, that I think is bad. Fun fact: I'm English, not a people. Then I would defer to you in the English language. It's spelled color instead of color. Not a lot of people know that. No, you're good. You're Australian. You should have spelled it color like your superior aunts. Well, technically, color came... color... You would also be our ancestors. Yes, I'm American, right? You would also be our ancestors. We were the ones that started spelling it without the U. Dopamine highs, my goodness. I'm learning a bit about that as well as serotonin. There is a difference, yeah. Serotonin dopamine is the best way, and I don't know if I'm going to butcher this, but one of the things, dopamine, we use dopamine a lot in terms of to talk about the good feeling, right? My nose, there we go. Sorry about that. But the difference, the major difference that the reason we say dopamine is kind of, how do I want to say this? Dopamine is kind of like the Pavlovian chemical. Dopamine is when you do something and you get rewarded for it. And then that thing happens and the chemical kind of triggers again. If anyone's familiar with the Pavlovian experiment, the Pavlovian response, there was an experiment, I'm going to oversimplify, but there was an experiment where a guy by the name of Pavlov came out. There were dogs. He'd ring a bell and they'd feed him food, and he'd ring a bell and he'd feed him food. He'd ring a bell and he'd feed him food. And then eventually he started ringing the bell, and he would realize that they would have all of the same, they would salivate, they would have the same responses when the bell was ringed, whether the food came or didn't come. And it's almost a conditioning. That's kind of what it is. That's kind of, dopamine can be used in that, because that's what you're inciting when you're rewarding a behavior. So if you feel your dopamine spike, this pleasurable thing, because you're scrolling through 15-second TikToks, that's bad, because then the reward is for scrolling. And so it incentivizes that behavior continue ad infinitum. Serotonin's a little bit more, I think, I believe serotonin is more, I think it's more, it's kind of a more natural, it's easier to, like, eating certain foods will give you a dopamine high, but also, the mood that you're in while you're eating will dictate a serotonin release. So serotonin's going to be, it's not going to make you feel good like, oh, yay, I did this. It's going to be like, I'm going to help you sleep. I'm going to help smooth this out. I'm going to help you not stress out. Whereas dopamine is like, yay, I did a thing, therefore I get this thing. It's kind of the chemical that makes you feel good for that. I don't know if it's the best way I can say it, but it's probably butchering it, but that's the oversimplification of it. In this digital age we're in, a lot of people, whether we realize it or not, chase the dopamine. And I can sense how damaging that can mostly be. Of course. I don't see color. No. I'm not colorblind. But does color exist? Oh, goodness me. I should be thinking less about philosophy, but the psyche, read Twin Peaks. Color, so fun fact. Color is the prime example of a philosophical construct, because it's only a societal agreeance, right? We agree on what is objectively blue, but the problem is that blue isn't objective to people who only experience monochromatic colors. A dog, I think dogs have trouble seeing blue, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's one of the ones they have trouble seeing. It kind of skews towards the green-yellow scale. So to them, blue is a non-existent concept. There is no way for you to tell them that the sky is blue if they can't see blue. So it's a societally agreed upon concept that blue is what most people can see and observe, and that the sky is blue. But to people that are colorblind, any of the three major types, or monochromatic, which is the most rare type, to those people, certain colors cannot exist, and they objectively do not exist. You can't convince them, and you shouldn't be able to, that blue exists strictly because we have it. And we also have a group of people, they are also very few and far between, who have an additional color sensitivity. They can see colors beyond what we can see, assuming that I'm not one of them myself, because my eyes are very, very sensitive. But there are colors that can be observed, that can be seen. I'm assuming I'm pretty normal. There are colors that can be observed and seen by them that we can't. And so they would have the right to tell us technically what color was, far beyond what we could say. Has interesting philosophical outlooks, something I may study later on life, something that which would be very interesting. My phone smells like chocolate. Gaming can be that's true. Gaming can be a dopamine high, but gaming is usually not in and of itself a dopamine high, because it is investment reward. So, for example, I like Sherlock Holmes games. The dopamine doesn't come simply in playing the game. It comes in making progress in the game, most of the time. And so that's okay. That's a good way to mitigate it, because you have to solve a puzzle. Solving that puzzle is what launches that highest dispersal of dopamine. It's not just putting the game in and turning it on. It's actually going and solving a puzzle, or overcoming an obstacle, or, stomping on an enemy. And generally, it's in a chain reaction of behaviors which incentivize you to do that more. So you're consistently solving puzzles and platforming and this and that and the other. Dogs gravitate to sunlight and sunbathe rather than do what we do and see the sky is blue, indicating a warmer day. Right, and that's because they have higher sensitivities in green and yellow spectrums, but they also are, they're very in tune with the rest of their senses, more so than a lot of us are too. I mean, they can smell beyond what we can, they can hear beyond what we can, they can enjoy a day differently than we can because they experience the day differently than we can. Right, they age quicker than we do. The myth was 7 times more, but it's like 7 times more for the first 2 or 3 years, and then it's like 4 times more, something weird math. But your average dog is going to live to 20. Some really long-lived ones will go out to 30, but that's a very few and far between. So even their concept of time is completely different from ours. Firstly, they don't have the wherewithal to measure it. Secondly, things will still seem much slower for them than it does for us. In terms of perspective, because their mind has to wrap around without fully understanding that their time, while limited, still kind of equates to our time, because the way they experience it is slower than we do. It's a lot, so. I like dogs enjoying the simple pleasures. That's fair. I have to go sometimes. No worries. And I apologize, Viddy. I completely miscalculated that. That's my own fault. I'm sorry. But I hope you have a ton of fun with that, and I hope I think you were just going to do the pilot. I hope to be on the next one, if that's all right with you. I apologize for having mistimed that. I see a Discord message. I see that one Discord message, but I'm not in the Discord all the time, and so I probably should. Oh yeah, now I see you actually had a countdown. Son of a gun. I'm sorry. But yeah, going back to my original topic for a second, I think that there's a lot of chasing comfort today. We want to be comfortable. We know how comfortable you can be, and we want to be more comfortable. We want to be in bigger houses with more stuff. We want to we don't want to hear negative words. We don't want negative thoughts to be put out, especially if they happen to be true. We don't want, how do I want to say this? We don't want to look at the reality of the world if it's a negative reality. We want to tell ourselves it's okay, people are good, it'll all work out in the end, you have control of your life. It's always darkest before the dawn. And there's some utility in some of those. Some of those are true sometimes. But sometimes there's a good utility in just looking at the issue and going, no, this is a bad situation. Can we work to make it better? Yes. Is it our fault that it was that bad? Not always. Are we victims of circumstance? Sometimes. Can we fix the problem? Depends what the problem is, on what the problem is. Like, looking at things realistically, pragmatically, and saying, I know that this is just a bad hand. It won't last forever, which that is true. But I've been dealt a bad hand today, or in this moment, or on this circumstance. Sometimes just looking at it and saying, I realize that. And I realize that because not every hand I've been dealt has been bad, and that I have been dealt worse hands. Sometimes that's fine. Hey, Fighting Max, welcome back. I think there's a utility in that. I really would encourage everybody to do that. And I don't know if it'll make depression any better. I don't know if it'll make happy people sad, but it's just, I really encourage that mentality to be adopted by as many people as can manage it. What are we talking about? I was talking about the impact of what I would consider, again, I use this word, I try to use this word sparingly because it's lost a lot of meaning, but toxic positivity. I'm talking about the utility of looking at circumstances for what they are and for not shunning people who may seem like they have negative thought if that thought can be substantiated. I've recently run into a very, not insurmountable, but a very, very heavy amount of this in my work life and in my life in general, where it's you bring up something that's a negative or a bad topic and it's dismissed. Only you have control of this. Oh, you control your controllables is one of those things, and that doesn't fix the problem. Right? You are empowered to do. No, this is a problem and we have to fix it. It's okay to look at it and say this is a problem. There's nothing. You don't give me a platitude to try and make me feel better, because I won't do that. I just want to solve the problem, and the first thing I have to do to solve a problem. I think these just chatting streams. Well, I appreciate that. I thought I would play a couple of random games, later on in it, but I like the idea of just talking about these, talking things through, submitting my thoughts to the gallery and seeing what people think, and if I'm far off base or if I need to look at it differently, or open forum for debate, polite debate, of course. But I'm glad you enjoy them. I enjoy them too. I like getting to talk with all of you. But I also really want to really encourage. I don't know a lot, excuse me, about streaming. I have my equipment and stuff, and I know some stuff about that. But I don't know a lot about streaming, and I don't know a lot about streaming in the way that streamers do stream. I know a couple of streamers, and I've seen very few of their streams. I know there's a streamer named Ludwig. I know there's a stream podcast called H3. I know there's a streamer called Asmongold. I've seen a couple of the streams here and there. There's a streamer called Destiny. I know a couple of them. I'm not really a big fan of a lot of that. It seems like it's intentionally inflammatory, political thises and that's, and it offers a lot of, I think, platitudes in place of critical thinking, and some of it's good and some of it's not. I don't like it. Toxic positivity is something I don't think I have a full grasp of. I think a lot of people have trouble grasping it, to be completely fair with you, Fighting Max, because I think it's something that people don't like to talk about. Both sides are completely insane now, and most don't even believe. Yeah, that's fair. Again, none of my stuff is. Why? Oh no, yeah, you're spot on. I get it. I understand. I don't like a vast majority of it either. I see some of it on occasion, where it's like, okay, they're talking about something that's really weird, and I really want to see what that's about, but it's very few and far between. I'd much rather listen to an audiobook, if I'm to be honest with you, some story about something, but so toxic positivity, Fighting Max, and I'm going to give you my interpretation. Some other people may define it differently, but is the idea that we need to maintain positive mindsets all the time, and that thinking negatively doesn't have any utility, doesn't serve us in any way, and that thinking that staying positive is going to make things better for you, and that's generally not only healthier but just overall better for society. And what people, you say something negative, they say that's stinking thinking or whatever. There are all kinds of ways to say that this is negative, but it's it's kind of that when you put a negative out there that is a real negative, that you can quantify, you can show it's a negative. It is kind of dismissed as no. You can't say that. You can't talk about that. A good example, I think the easiest example to point to is when people say that you're a bad person for being hateful, which I don't mean being rude to a person, but I mean being a hateful person, somebody that they interpret as having hate in them or anger in them, even if it's not made itself manifest in a negative way. That having hateful feelings or thoughts and that having anger is a bad thing. I disagree with that vehemently. Toxic positivity. Yeah, games media does a lot of that too. That's true. I believe that's generally true, but of course, like everything else, there's times when it isn't good to use. Negativity is, well, the problem with it is, and this is where the toxic part of the positivity comes in, is negativity used to be only pessimism. Positivity is good to have, but it's not. Well, and that's true, but also that's true, but it's also people have lost where positivity is appropriate. Used to, pessimism was considered the only bad. And pessimism actually has great utility. Again, I was talking about the works of Arthur Schopenhauer, which is a brutally pessimistic, brutally honest philosopher. And I think his stuff is brilliant. Not all of it, but, well, it's all pretty brilliant. It's just, I don't subscribe to some of it, but it's just like Nietzsche, when he did his stuff, didn't subscribe to what he had written in his earlier life. I'm sure that those things will change. You know, age is a great, affords us great and different perspectives. But now pragmatism is under attack as being not positive enough, or not good enough, or not nice enough. And one of my greatest examples, and it's something that I practically apply, is hateful is a great emotion. It's a powerful emotion. I bottled up emotions for about 20. No, you should never, ever bottle up emotions. Feel emotions, and use them. But there's been this stigma, and it's come out very much in the public space, where it's, oh, you're a hateful human being, as if that's a pejorative. Good. I'm glad. Yeah, feel them, experience them, use them productively, right? Not positively, productively. I can't tell you what is objectively positive for you. I can't tell you what is objectively productive for you. You know. Use them in that way. But people have kind of gotten to the point where, oh, you're a hateful person, and it's a pejorative. You are a hateful human being. Yes, I am. I hate many things. I am filled to the brim with hate for many things. They're not arbitrary. I don't hate people for the color of their skin. I don't hate people for the color of their eyes or their hair. I don't hate people for their religious beliefs. I don't hate people generally for anything that's arbitrary, right? If you're just born a specific way or whatever, I don't hate you because you identify this. I don't care. Most of that it doesn't matter to me. Most of that, it's not even, and this is going to sound by most people's standards rude, but I promise you it isn't. That stuff doesn't matter. To that, I am ambivalent completely. It doesn't matter. It doesn't sway me one way or the other, and it shouldn't. That a lot of people, oh well, that doesn't, I don't feel good because of that's fine. Like you don't need my affirmation. Who am I to you, right? You don't need me to make you feel affirmed. You are who you are. I don't need to sit there and cheer you on or beat you down. I just need to mind my own business. But when you are a mean person outwardly to somebody who didn't deserve it, when you throw a person into the crosshair, when you, start unloading your life's trauma or your moral beliefs or on people on the internet who don't deserve it, that's when I can look at that and go, I hate what that person is and who that person has become. And then I don't have to tell them that. They don't need to know that I care, because they won't care if I care. It doesn't matter. So I don't need to say anything to them. I don't need to type out a long lecture about the objective way that they are ruining. It doesn't matter. No one cares. I just need to say, I hate that so much that I will fight that much harder to not become that. I'm going to get a little... I'll get a little personal here, and I won't give a lot of detail because I don't want to go too deep into this. My father was terrible. My father was terrible. We grew up very, very impoverished and very, very abused. And I don't mean mentally abused. I don't mean talked to negatively. I mean, there is a such thing, and I'm not saying that but I'm talking about physically beaten and bruised. And I took the brunt of it. I was the eldest of three. I am still the eldest of three. It's just, we're all well into adulthood now and have been for some time. And I hated what he was. And I hate what he was. I don't know who he is now. I haven't seen him in decades, but I hate who he was at that time. And I still hate it as vibrantly and as heatedly as I did the moments where I was actually physically subjected. And I mean beaten and bruised. There wasn't any inappropriate element in the regards that your mind might drift to most commonly when the word inappropriate is used, except for that it is obviously inappropriate to beat someone so much smaller. And so when I became a father, which was, again, many years ago, I used that hate to power that I would never become that to my daughter. And I think that hate of what he was has caused, and the willful positive application of that hate fueled how much more intense my love for my daughter is. That's where hate is great. It powered my becoming better for my daughter. It powers me consistently trying to become better for her, so that she never has to worry about that. And that has deepened the amount of love and understanding that I am able to afford her, because I haven't blocked myself away and become this calloused individual. I have projected that hate forward into a positive action and created a thing that was productive. So again, I'm not going too into detail. That's just a thing I think is good. I don't care is a great response for many things. People don't like hearing it, though. The tone of your message can't easily be transmitted online, but that we have to have thicker skin, guys. Come on. Just because I don't like something doesn't mean it isn't the thing that should be. That's the problem. Comfort is the enemy of progress. And that is not my quote. That's a requote from a much more brilliant mind than me. But comfort is the enemy of progress. If you cannot handle negative words, then leave that room. Don't make it somebody else's problem. Don't try and tell them they can't say negative words. Let them betray their innermost demons. Let them betray the awful that they are outwardly, so you know, and more people know, to avoid them. Right? If you tell a person who's awful how to better his words or her words, they're just going to become more crafty and devious in the way that they are awful. Slippery, slimy is what we would call that, right? They're going to become more... They're going to be able to weaponize your lesson to being deeper, worse, more, more awful people, basically. Because what is the motivation for them to improve? The fact that some random person that they don't care about on the internet told them that they were bad people? People that want to be bad don't care about that. They want to be bad. They want to feed off of your anger and your rage. That's why they have the term troll. They want you to get mad. So when you start teaching them how to better, they're going to take that and they're going to weaponize that until they're under somebody. Who cares? Let them be who they are on the internet, and then avoid them. Just get away from them if the words are too deep. Or read what they say and then let that be a lesson to you on something you don't want to do. Apply the lesson of who they are and who you don't want to be to yourself. Don't tell them. Don't say anything. Just read those words, go, I don't want to be that person, and then apply that lesson to yourself. They don't need to hear from me. They don't need to know that I don't like them. If they come in here in my, this is my room, right? This is our room. This is the retro room. And they come start causing issue in our room, sure. Yeah, I can tell them there because it's our room. It's our house. We have the right to do that. But when we're out there in the open space of the internet where it's anyone's room, it's anyone's space, let terrible people say terrible things and then take that lesson, apply it to yourself, and get out of that room. Just go away. Go away from them. Let them continue to be awful, because eventually, if everybody applies that, they'll yell all of their profanities in a room that only echoes them back to themselves. Right? They'll find themselves either in a room that is completely cavernous and empty, only hearing the echoes of their own negativity and realizing how alone they really are. Or they'll end up in a room with people who are so equally awful that all they're doing is feeding on each other and consistently tearing each other down. Eventually, they'll exhaust each other. We don't need to give them the satisfaction of feeling that they have accomplished something with us. We just need to learn the lesson, apply it to us, and get out of there. And if you don't have thicker skin, that's fine, no problem. But to act like I need to care because you're bothered by something, that's exactly right. You can't tell me what I need to care about and don't need to care about. I have an emotional budget just like anyone else. I have a thought budget just like anyone else, just like we have real budgets. We can't spend money we don't have, and it's not worth it sometimes to spend money on things that other people want you to spend it on. And that's true with our emotional budget too, except for our emotional budget is so much more precious because it ties into several other skills and emotions and things that we have going on, that it will impact our performance in so many other areas of life. It's not easily re-earned. It's not easily recomposed. People always want to respond to be the better person and to put the people that they think are wrong in their place. And the truth is that they don't always need to be involved. I would argue, I think you're exactly right, Fighting Max, except for I might argue that they never need to be involved. I said this before, I'm a moral relativist. My perspective on morality is moral relativism. And so I only think that there is one little umbrella of things in the world that I can think of at the moment, maybe I'm wrong, that is objectively bad, that has no good outcome. I can think of one-off scenarios where that some people might look at it and be like, well, I could, but I think that one thing and the umbrella of that one thing is objectively bad. Beyond that, everything else is appropriate or inappropriate only in accordance with the solution. I mean, only in accordance with the solution, only in accordance with the circumstance. So I am not an objectively good or an objectively bad person. I am a circumstantially good or bad person. Therefore, if I insert myself into your circumstance, then I am not objectively contributing or detracting. I am circumstantially contributing or detracting. Therefore, I can't tell you what to do and it be an obvious good. The second I started not caring about what 99% of people think around me and about me, and my overall response to things was, it doesn't matter, I don't care, it isn't important to me, and so on, the better things were. And that's exactly right. It doesn't matter what people... You get one life. Let's talk about time for just a second. You get one life. Why are you spending it living for every freaking other person? And I say that is so frustrating to me because there are so many good people out there that are so kind-hearted and good, and they will tell you, well, that just doesn't work for me. I have to be, and that's okay. But you can't expect that to be for me. I want to live for people I want to live for people that are reciprocitous to me. that are willing to reciprocate good ideas, good thoughts, good emotions. I want to keep that circle nice and tight. Talk to people like that. Talk to people who are interested in growing and speaking candidly and being honest with everyone and ourselves. And that circle's a very tight circle of people, and it doesn't extend my emotional budget beyond what I have. But everybody else is saying, no, you have to think of the entire world and everybody, and that falls into the fallacy of relative privation. I can't say my issues are less because somebody suffers more greatly somewhere else. It's a circumstance that I hate, but I can't do anything about it. People think they need to give their opinion on everything nowadays, and sometimes it's good to see it more and more. Yeah, absolutely. It reminds me of someone in relationships thinking they can fix the other person. That's true too. That's a very good analogy. But I go, this is my thing, and this is where I'm going with this thought process here. The thinking that you can fix the other person or improve the other person, it's deeper than that, because it means you think that you are good enough, right? It means you, without having a qualification, without having a certification, effectively, it's telling you that you think highly of yourself or lowly of the other individual, right? That's a problem, because why are you good? Right? Why are they bad? Can you prove it? Is it objective? Would every person that ran into the person you think you can fix feel like that person needed to be fixed? Would everybody that met with you who thought you could and I know not you, Fighting Max, I'm talking about the you in the circumstance of the person who is thinking they can fix it. Would everybody who met that person, would they think that person was good enough or should aspire to be that person? 99% of the time, the answer is no. Right? 99% of the time, the person that they think needs to be fixed isn't broken. And 99% of the time, the person who thinks they can fix them isn't fixed themselves. It puts you can't, I wouldn't say it's narcissism because that's an overused term, but it's kind of, it's a kind of a self-aggrandizement that I think is inappropriate. If I found somebody that I thought was broken, and I thought that I could fix them, several things should, to the third party observer, the person that's observing outside, I think several things should fly through their mind. Firstly, who is this guy that he think, why does he think he's broken? Where is he broken? Can you prove that he's broken, or he or she is broken? I don't know, it's a friend or you said relationships, so I guess for me it'd be a she. But like, a third party looking in might say, why does he think she's broken? What does she think? What is objectively broken? Where can he prove this is broken? I don't think this because I hold it up to this criteria. What criteria is he using to qualify what is fixed and broken, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? And then the other part of that would be that same person looking at me and going, why does he think he can fix it? What's so good about him? Is this a person that I would like to be like? Is this a person I could aspire to? Under what criteria would I want to improve myself to be like this person? Or do I believe that I would have to improve myself or this, that, and just a whole bunch, right? There's a whole lot of questions when you start doing that pop up, because it's starting to talk about objective morality, objective good. And again, I don't think that exists. I don't think that there's a one. I was talking with a friend of mine who happens to be a coworker of mine also, which is good. He was my friend 10 years before he became my coworker, and then I happened to bring him on, and it's been awesome. It's been a good. I say I bring him on. That's not fair. There was a big circumstance. I advocated for he was going to get a job in a territory in New Mexico originally, and I advocated for him getting that territory, and then and I was actually advocating for my brother to get this position that was kind of coming available local to me, because my brother's a brilliant guy too, who's been on my channel, and at any rate, it went all wonky, and eventually they were both competing for the same thing, and I just kind of stepped out of it. I was like, oh man, if this very uncomfortable position, I'm just going to step back. So I did. I stepped back, and my my friend got it instead of my brother, and I felt really bad about that, because stepping back, I was like, oh man, I might have screwed my brother, but I would have felt bad either which way. But anyway, it was a wonky situation I was thinking about. But anyway, this friend that I ended up accidentally pitted against in this instance, or pitted with in this instance against this particular issue, this particular toxic positivity, I guess. That was one of the things that we were talking about, is looking at the utility of the person who is attempting to fix the issue and putting your feet to the fire, basically, and saying, am I really ridiculous? Am I the one that's being silly? The utility in looking at whether or not you're even good enough to fix that particular problem, or even assess that it is an actual problem objectively. There's utility in that self-assessment more, I think, than there is in the assessment of another individual and trying to fix or repair them. I think that's the case. But I don't know. I think there's great utility in silence today. Internet silence especially. I think there's a great utility in not caring, and that not being stigmatized is a negative. I think there's a great utility in not always being positive, but being pragmatic. And I think we need to stop trying to tell people that what they are is less or more than that it's less or more than what they should be. Because we don't know. You don't know what that person is aspiring to be. You don't know what that person is. You can't say that objectively, that they are a terrible person, unless they have done something that you can show to be objectively terrible. And that's a very difficult thing to do. I do find it fun to catch up on some drama going on YouTube, but sometimes it goes on for so long and changes so quickly that you don't know what to believe by the end of it. I can't deal with the dramas. Well, and that's the other thing. Like, there's a lot of drama, right? I don't know what the dramas are right now. But what does the drama come from? If you're someone that's just sitting by, that's the other thing too. Like, there's no guilt. Like, if you want to sit back and watch a bunch of people fight with each other, then that's your business. There's nothing wrong with that. Maybe you shouldn't get involved. Maybe you shouldn't throw your hat in the arena, right? But there's nothing. I mean, there's nothing wrong with watching a combat sport. In the same way, there's no reason that you shouldn't be able to watch people fight it out online if you want to. And from that fight, you might learn something too. You might learn what you do and don't believe about a specific topic that you hadn't really thought very deeply on. That's fine too. There's even potentially utility in it. But I would argue that you say you don't know what to believe by the end of it. I argue that you do. Because I would argue, you seem to me at least, maybe I'm wrong, but you seem to me as someone who thinks critically. And if you're thinking critically, don't believe any of it. Develop what you believe of the situation, right? I don't have all the facts. I don't know if I can corroborate. Then develop you have the skills. Develop the portfolio based off of or develop the assessment based off of what you can and can't prove, what you do and don't believe has enough to back it, and then use that as a critical thinking exercise. Don't get involved in the fight. Go jot the stuff down in a notepad. Do your own investigative stuff. Be the Sherlock Holmes that, it's one of the things. There was a guy, talking about drama for a second here. There is one guy that I actually look, and he covers kind of dramatic stuff, but there's a reason I enjoy him. It's not the drama part of it. His name is CoffeeZilla. He's a crypto something, and I'm going to be very clear. I don't like cryptocurrency. Screw it. I don't like it. If you want to do it, you feel like you can, sure, whatever, fine. But I like his stuff because he's investigative and he's transparent as far as I can tell. Everything that he says has generally got a backlog. And so I don't like the drama part of it so much as I like seeing how the depths of the thing that I enjoy the most about it is seeing what he's doing that makes it feel like a critical thinking exercise. I don't care about the drama. I don't care about that doesn't matter to me. What did you do? How did you dive in? How did you attack this problem? How transparent are you going to be? How transparent can you be? Is this something where you thought critically? Was there room? Because I do think he does a good amount of investigation and he does afford a great amount of transparency. Is there an area where if I handle this that I might do something differently than he did? And then I jot down, maybe this is, critical thinking exercise for me. Maybe if I ever have this, I would do this. And yeah, I don't go comment on his videos and say, oh yeah, nope, there it is. Now, does that mean I've never commented on somebody's this or that or the other? I would argue in most cases, I haven't commented anything that would make a person feel like they were better or worse. I don't think I've ever done that. I have commented on, again, I like cards, and I watch like Jason Ladany do his thing, and I've commented on his watches. He's got some really awesome wristwatches, and I'm a wristwatch guy too. But I don't think I usually comment except for if it's either a factoid, something that I know, history, something like that. That's just fun, or to compliment somebody's technique on something, or a watch. But I don't think I usually involve myself in the drama. I'm not saying I never have. I just can't think of it readily if I have. I don't actively participate, but it's kind of fun to see how it develops, and I see it, and that's fine too. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the other part of positivity, negativity, and toxic societies and such. Is even if it's not for me, I can't tell you it's not good. Like, unless I can prove it's not good, that's fine. If that's what you enjoy. I mean, clearly people do it. People have watched shows like Jerry Springer and Maury Povich, and I can't even think of all of it. Like, that's drama television. People have done that for a long time. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Whether it's for me or not, that's fine. It's just, I'm not judging Max. It reminds me of the description. Yeah. You can't look away. I feel like that drama stuff probably. Well, and again, it's like I said, it's not objective, right? It's not objectively right or wrong. If you enjoy it, it's fine. If if you become obsessive with it, then yeah, that's probably not good. If you're doing that instead of studying, that's probably bad. But if you're doing it in a healthy way and that's just what you enjoy, and fine, that's fine. It's bad, but you can't wait to see it. No, that's fine. Again, it's kind of that's the appeal of a book, right? That's the story that an adventure narrative. That's kind of the same thing. That's no shame for that. Don't let it consume you, and you're good. And I doubt you're letting it consume you. So I'm sure it's fine. For me, I've realized just how much time I've wasted. It really did click in my head a few weeks back. Removing Twitter from my life has really helped, even with my mood. Good. There's just so much. Like, I have no problem. I listen to a lot of audiobooks. And YouTube has a lot of like short story formats too. Short story being for me like 20, 30, 40 minutes. That's the short story. A lot of audiobooks are, 9, 10, 11, 12, 25 hours. But short story content for me, I like to listen to the channels that consider themselves stoic and philosophical and stuff, because I want to hear what their take on this is. So I'll listen to it for 30 minutes, and then I'll go jot down, well, this makes sense. I hadn't read this passage. That passage I have read, I don't think they interpreted it right. It's a critical thinking exercise to hear how people have put something out there, and whether I agree with it or if I don't agree with it, to make a critical thinking exercise where I'll go do my own research on it. Because it's a topic that interests me, but it interests me in getting the topic as correct to my beliefs as I can, and to adopting my beliefs to match what is fact. Right? I'm not interested in being affirmed. I'm interested in doing the thing that makes the most sense and that can be corroborated with fact the most frequently. That's what I'm most interested in. I've heard of CoffeeZilla, I'm guessing, for that. Yeah, he's an investigative guy, and again, I'm mostly listen to him because I feel like he does a decent job, but then I take a look at it as a critical thinking exercise. What would I have done differently? Can I believe it on this? Has he proved enough? This kind of, just as a critical thinking exercise. I'm not going to go reach out to him and be like, I would have done this differently. It's a critical thinking exercise for me, so that if I ever am put in a position where I might be investigative and then I might look at it as, how could I be most objective? I've never used Twitter or gone through posts except for watching people who go through subreddits that use Twitter posts. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Twitter is genuinely useless. It can become addictive. I was addicted to it 100%. Now I don't miss it in the slightest, which is good. It was my great grandmother was a smoker for a while, and the story that I've always told about it, she was a smoker for a while, and when she had stopped smoking and had not smoked for 10, 20 years, she was asked again, hey, do you ever get the craving for a cigarette? And she said, only every day of my life. And it was one of those things where it was like, I still crave it, but I know it's not good for me, so I'm not going to do it. So it's the same thing. It can be the same thing. That's kind of the reason I want to watch the O.J. Simpson trial. It's more of a story develops over time than a serious court case to the general public. It was, and there was also a big. I'm not going to spoil anything for you. That happened a long time ago, and it was over and done and all that kind of good stuff for a while. But it was also highly contentious, and I think that's again where you can do critical thinking. If I remember correctly, those lawyers involved got famous, kind of like actors, got famous from their movie roles. Yeah, I believe that's why the Kardashians are famous, is because I don't know all the Kardashians, so I can't tell you. But the mother Kardashian was married to one of the attorneys, and I think that's how they got famous, was because he was one of the super famous people. To be a famous attorney makes sense. To be a famous random celebrity is yeah. I don't know why the Kardashians are famous. I can tell you they don't mean anything to me. I'm not trying to be rude. It just, I don't understand why they are as wealthy as they are when, as far as I know, they've not done anything of note. The father had. As a matter of fact, the other one, I can't remember the other. I can't think of their name right now. Trans woman, I think now, but wasn't a trans woman back in the day. But anyway, that person also was an Olympic medalist. Bruce Jenner, there you go. Yeah, that's what I say. I think it's a trans woman now, but we're talking about before all of that. So it was when it was when they were Bruce, right? When whatever. He was an Olympic gold medalist. I think he was a gold medalist, but he was certainly an Olympic medalist. I think gold, though. Like, that's awesome. That's worth being popular about. To be an Olympian, be Olympiad, I guess, but to be an Olympic gold medalist or a medalist at all, that's awesome. I can't think of why any of the other, like, to be someone who represented successfully OJ in the OJ Simpson case, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm sure that's, I don't know, I don't follow all of it, but point is, I'm talking about before that even happened. I'm talking about when the name Bruce Jenner was printed on everything as the Olympic gold medalist. That is something worth celebrating and being popular for, because that proves that you are the tip of the top in that sport. When you win an O.J. Simpson case, especially when you see all of that, or when you participate in an O.J. Simpson case, that is something worth celebrating. I don't understand why the other Kardashians are popular. I don't know what they've done. I can't think of. I don't know who all they are. I don't know what all they've done, but they make a lot of money for no good apparent reason. I think we got to stop doing that too. I think we got to stop paying people for nothing. We got to stop paying people to just be things that are not skillful. Like, we need to pay carpenters, plumbers, electricians, statisticians, teachers. We need soldiers. We need to pay people who are doing stuff, not people who are attractive to the eye. That doesn't make any. We don't need that. The other Kardashian are likely popular due to association, and that's the thing. If they're all popular because they were related to successful people, that's not worth being popular about. Being popular because you were successful is a different thing than being popular because you knew someone or was related to someone successful. That is nepotism to a T, and we shouldn't be in favor of nepotism like that. If they make a lot of money because their father, made a ton of money in the OJ case, that's fine. If they make a lot of money because we keep paying them because they are attractive or whatever it is the reason, we got to stop that. I'm popular, best MK2 player in my neighborhood, easily. But that still is, well, better than me for sure, firstly. But the old back oh, he's gonna say you read Mario Kart instead of Mortal Kombat. Back to that whole debate. You know, I don't think there was even a Mario Kart 2. I think the second Mario Kart that came out was the one for the 64, wasn't it? Ban. Yeah. But like, that's the other thing. We got to stop. Like, there was again talking Schopenhauer. Schopenhauer was one of the most one of the things he said, or that I'm going to kind of. I don't subscribe to this either, but one of the things that he kind of leaned towards is that being intelligent and being happy are incompatible. I don't think that's true, but I think that it is more true than that they are intrinsic. I think that what he was pointing out is that people don't want to face difficult truths, and intelligent people live them. And I'm not claiming to be intelligent. I'm not claiming, I don't know, right? But when you see the world for what it is, instead of what the world wants you to see it as, society wants you to see the world as, it is harder to be optimistic because you realize that the circumstances often are against you, that you're not always the main protagonist, that you don't happen to you know, maybe it's a religious belief that makes you feel better. That's fine. But the reality shows that there are holes in the general narratives of religions, and that there are holes in the general narratives of non-religions or a-religions and so on and so forth, and anti-theistic religions and so on and so forth. So, I don't think, I'm not saying that I experience happiness. I experience it, I think, differently than other people because I also don't experience depression and sadness in the way that other people do. I don't think they're incompatible. I can't claim to be remarkably intelligent. I want to be very fair on that. But what intelligence I have, I don't think is what staves off happiness. I think dissatisfaction is generally a greater word with me because of the standard that I attempt to hold myself to. And the more I attempt to hold myself to that standard, the more I realize that it's impossible. It's an impossible standard, but I cannot lower it. Because then that's akin to me to giving up, and I also don't feel like that's the case. And it's so I'm talking about what I'm verbalizing, I'm articulating a struggle that I'm going through right now in determining where it's appropriate to cut off my optimisms, where it's appropriate to exercise my pessimisms, I guess. There's a cart mode in Armageddon, yeah. It'll be funny if they just make the next Mario Kart game MK9 for the Switch, and then it's just Mortal Kombat. That would be funny. You don't experience sadness. What happens if I don't show up to a stream? I'm not saying I don't experience. No, I'm not saying I don't experience sadness. I'm saying I don't experience it the same way other people do. I know that for a fact, at least for most people. First M-rated game on the Switch of the Switch. I think there are a lot of M-rated games on the Switch, aren't there? Are there a lot of like nudity cartoony games that are available on the, every time I'm looking through the sales, there's some random cartoon nudity game that they've got on the Switch. Oh, of the Switch 2. I see. I was like, I've never purchased, I think Blasphemous is also rated him. I was like, I've never purchased one of those. I never was interested in them, but I think they always pop up in like, hey, we're 99 cents. And I'm like, why does this exist? Nudity in Kirby. There is nudity in Kirby. Remember, there's the level on the Game Boy one where it's a lady. The platform is a lady, but you can't tell until you see the whole thing. Yeah. No, I read that. I read that too late. I apologize. Donkey Kong and Nudist Rave Switch 2 launch. No, thank you. There's blood in. I don't remember blood in Kirby. You're probably right, but I don't remember it. I do remember that there's nudity in it, but oh yeah, that's true. That's very true. Huh. Yeah, well, I think that, well, they didn't back in the day because you had to put the code in to turn it on, but nowadays you do. Everybody knows it. But yeah, you used to have to put the code in to turn on the blood. But anyway, those are just things I've been thinking on recently. And I hope things get messy. Those are things I've been thinking on recently and philosophizing about. Abacab on the yep, Abacab is the same. It was the same, you know, on the Genesis. But those are just things I've been thinking about and been philosophizing on, and adopting philosophies and learning things about, and things that I kind of wanted to put out there, because I just don't feel like we incentivize critical thinking anymore. I don't think that we incentivize feeling emotions that you have the ability to feel. And I brought up that friend I was talking about. We talked about this day before yesterday, I think it was. I've played a game on this channel called KOTOR. It's one of my it's my favorite game. It's not one of them. It's my favorite game. Star Wars: Knights of the Old Republic. There was a second one that came out 2003 or 2004. Played it. Bought these games at launch, right? So excited. When I bought my Xbox, I saw on the back of the Xbox cardboard box had KOTOR on it, and it had this window, and I was so excited. And then when it came out, I got it. Boom, $50 launch day. Loved it so much. Had a friend, bought it for him for his birthday. Bought him both of them. Did you know if you take Bacab and replace Bakabi, it will replace with Lucar and add D, it becomes Dracula backwards. Well, it would become, I think it would act, if my letter math there is right, I think it just becomes Dracule. I don't think there was an A there, so I think it just becomes Dracule. Except for that last B, so it'd actually be Bedracule. Oh, I see. B-A... Wait. Hold on. You said B-A-C-A-B-B, and then replace B-A-C-A-B. That's both A's are gone. Wait, no? Yeah, both A's are replaced, but only one A is... yeah. So I think what you've spelled there is Bedrackle. I could be wrong. I'm thinking way too hard on this. I know what you were doing. I was just thinking way too hard on this. Werewolf backwards spells Boris Karloff. No, it doesn't. He wasn't the werewolf either, was he? He was Boris Karloff the werewolf. He was Frankenstein's monster, but he wasn't. Was he werewolf too? Bride of the Creature from... he didn't do that, and Bride of Dracula was Sir Christopher Lee. Hey, Thumb, how are you doing? I hope you're doing wonderfully. I had apologized to everybody. I've been gone for a minute because of just all kinds of stuff going on, so I'm hoping things will slow down a little bit. I thought they would after the holidays, but my goodness, if they haven't just gotten busier. So... but it's nice to get to say hi and see everybody. And then we were talking about toxic positivity, internet behaviors, critical thinking, silence and the power of it. How much hatred? I don't have hatred for YouTubers. I have hatred for YouTube traditional YouTuber behaviors, but I also feel like they could equally criticize me. That's not true at all. I'll comment on that though. I loved ADGQ and GDQ and SGDQ back in like 2012, 2013, 2013 I guess it was. And up until a point, and then they kind of got to the point of where they did become political. And I was like, I just want people to play games fast. I don't really care about the politics. Just people play games fast and have fun. So it became an event that I don't watch a ton of the new stuff, the ADGQ stuff. I do watch a lot of the old ones again, though. And I've watched, again, Thumb is awesome. I like watching your stuff. I like watching you compete. Obviously, I think we all like Arcus. He's kind of, just seems like he's, but... how can a speedrunner hosting place become political? Because there was, I don't remember the specifics, so I'm going to attempt to just kind of create the side note of it, but it was something about, I think it was something gender identity this or something accommodate this and that, and it's just like that. That's a social politic. Just everybody play your games fast. It's okay. Well, that's not necessarily true. When you have a societal politic, it can insert itself in any place that society must exist. Because societal politics are not exclusively governmental. We have social politics, societal politics, which are almost interchangeable. In any place that society or social settings are, then politicking of those natures may make themselves manifest also. I gotta answer this really quickly. I'm sorry. It's not even like keeping men out of women's sports or whatever. It's literally video game. Yeah. It was a matter of, and I guess I'll have to look it up just because I want to be. It's not something that really caught my interest in a meaningful way, except for that I didn't like that it was just. Let me see. Let's see. There have been a long list of them. Apparently, there was some. I'll just kind of. Yeah. There was one event where there was a gender identity issue, and then there was one issue where they were like, okay, let's avoid politicking. And controversy in general, and then I guess some guy wore a MAGA hat, and he got in trouble for that. And it's like, look, just don't. It shouldn't be controversial. Just because you don't agree with someone doesn't mean they shouldn't have the right to be passively supportive of things they believe in. It should be no more controversial to wear a hat than it should be to wear a cross on your neck if you're Christian, or if you wear the atheist's A sign on your shirt. That's fine. It just got to be, I think, over-policed in a lot of regards, and that's what I didn't like. The sports thing is insane, but no, please do. It's insane. What do you... Here's what we'll do. Brock Lesnar will get into the MMA and rejoin the UFC. However, he will transition to become a woman. Now we have to have him seriously fighting a woman and not think it's mad. You're only allowed to be supportive of it. Yeah, like, I get it, right? We don't want to bring up like, I'm not saying we here. Obviously, nothing really is off limits here in terms of conversation. But you don't want to become over censorious. And that's the problem. I get it. You want to avoid topics of controversy, so don't talk about them, right? Don't go yelling, cheering on, But if you want to wear a hat or a shirt or a cross necklace or a this or that, whatever your religion is, that's fine. Just be polite about it. Be respectful about it. Doesn't matter if somebody doesn't like it or does like it, right? Just be polite. If you're wearing a cross necklace, let's you cross me in public and you're wearing a cross necklace, I don't immediately take that as an assault to my belief system. It's not a big deal. It's not even keep women out of men's sports. It's only keep men out of women's sports. Well, I think the reason that is, and maybe I'm wrong on this, it's insanity to believe men and women can go head-to-head in sports and men not have an insane advantage 99% of the time. It does depend on which sport, but when you look at the list of... So, let's break this down. I guess we're going to have this conversation. I didn't even think about this. So, my understanding is they say it's only keep men out of women's sports. Most of the sports that I am seeing, women aren't attempting to go into men's sports. There are a lot of trans women that we see trying to go into men's sports. I have not seen a lot of trans men trying to go into women's sports. So I don't think it's one-sided. I think it's just the way that we see these transitions. We do see a much larger group of trans women than we do of trans men. Right? We see trans women fairly frequently now. It's still a small portion of the population. We see a fairly frequent amount of trans women. We don't see a ton of trans men. There are trans men out there, but we don't see a ton of them. So I think that's why it's become one-sided. It does depend on which sport, but at the same time, if you take a look at the groupings of sports that there are physical advantages, chemical advantages on, it's a pretty healthy swath. So if we're looking at things like swimming, tennis, baseball, basketball, football, and I'm talking about both. This could be both American and worldwide, right? So football, soccer, football. There are some advantages, chemical advantages, that make it more difficult, I think, for a woman to be able to compete and not be shown, not to be, it's very difficult. There's a physical strength issue. There's also there's a difference in reflexes. There's a difference in general strength. There's a difference in general speed. There's a difference in slow twitch and fast twitch muscle fiber. There's a difference in a lot of those. So it's very, very difficult. There are some that it's probably more technique orientated, and that certainly is, I think, fine. For example, if you're shooting skeet, for example, that's a technique thing. So long as you can hold the gun and handle the recoil, that's fine. Archery can be the same thing, but generally you also have to deal with whether it's a compound bow versus whether it's an actual bow that, then you've got different weights, and different weights have different flies and so on and so forth. So that's less a technique thing because you have usually to put people on the same bow, but what are the sports that people argue for the advantage of the women? I don't know. Men who can't compete because they're not good enough at transitioning and joining women, and it's an insanely unfair advantage. Is that the only reason they do? No, it's not. That's true in some cases. It's not the only reason that they do, certainly. But the question is, even if they're not doing it because of that, there is an example. There is a well-documented example of one instance that I know of where that was the case. But I don't think it is done that way most of the time. I do feel like that there are people who are gender dysphoric who actually feel like they need to transition and that they want to still remain competitive in something that they're passionate about. The question for me isn't the motivation most of the time as much as it is what do we have to do to make it chemically fair? Of course not, but it's one. We know at least of one case where that absolutely did happen, right? We have the evidence and the fact of that, because it became a court case. So, and it became a big court case. It became a big deal. So that's fair. People who think it doesn't are turning a blind eye to it. No, I mean, you can't. I don't think people should deny it 100% either. But it's also not 100% of the reasons, right? So obviously, we want to be fair when we're looking at that critically. Why isn't there a trans league? I feel like that would solve it instantly. Well, that's maybe. some bigwig's going to have a problem with it, probably too. That's the thing. The Trans League could do it, but it's the same thing. Like, this is what I'm saying. Trans League's not a bad idea, but it's also not all trans people are going to be equal in that regard either, because then if you do have trans men who want to compete, there's going to be a time, depending on how long that each one have been on. You have to think about this. There are also, when you're younger, at least here, and I'm sure there are other ways, when you're younger, you have leagues that are in accordance with your gender and your age, generally speaking. And that's because, especially when you're a kid, you're still developing, and as you're developing, you can't be on the varsity team where they've already gotten this ridiculous influx of testosterone. We're talking about guys just here, where, there are kids that are still very early in puberty or prepubescent, and they're not going to stand up to these guys that are already, at the apex of puberty, and they have, a ton of testosterone and strength, and, they've just kind of blown up. It's kind of the same thing. How would you make that in a trans league? Because it would have to be divided out by how long you had been under, HRT, how much hormone replacement therapy, how long. We would have to kind of meter it out that way too, because so far the evidence that we have, scientifically speaking, and this is, I'm going to just regurgitate the blurb of it, shows that it's generally 8 to 10 years of hormone therapy, 8 to 10 years of consistent HRT that mitigates almost all of your natural male responses. If for going to trans women, of course. I don't know the trans men study on that, so it may be different, but you have to take hormone blockers or HRT or whatever it is for anywhere between, it's either 7 or 8 to 10 years before you mitigate all of the testosterone advantages you had prior, before you start seeing that substantial loss of strength and such. So if somebody's been on hormone blockers for a year versus somebody who's been on them for 5 years, there's still going to be a big performance difference in those two individuals, even in a trans league. Everybody has a problem with everything these days. It's difficult. Like it is. I get where it's difficult. Like if somebody's been on hormone replacement therapy for a year or two, but they've had testosterone in them for 18 or 20 or 25 or 30 years, it is difficult. I mean, the court case that ensued was, I think, a swimmer, and the lady was just top tier swimmer, but it was like this trans individual who had been on HRT for a year or two, a couple of years. It wasn't a long time. Basically had outdone them or had tied with them or whatever was the case, and there was a big upset there. Well, sure, that would be an upset if you have somebody who is got a chemical advantage. Then you feel like you've been cheated out of it because you've trained your whole life, but they happen to be, happen to have a chemical advantage. And she was talking about how her husband was a swimmer when he was in college, and that as good of a swimmer she is, just because he has a chemical advantage, he would outswim her. And he's also taller, so he would be able to hit the board more quickly, and he'd be able to push off of the edge of the pool more quickly. And those are just little things that we don't think about, but they do because they're competing. So that's where I think that's where I would have a bit of a problem. I'm sure there's a solution for it. I don't think it's completely, they should become anathema either, but I think we just need to think more deeply about this. There are people genuinely recommending mixed boxing fight and mixed MMA. We're in Loopy Land. My thing about it on that is if they want to do it, they can do it. Sometimes lessons are learned a hard way. And maybe it will be us learning the lesson. I don't think so. But if they want to sign the release and say, look, I'm going to jump into the ring with Brock Lesnar, so be it, I guess. Some kind of test or physical training beforehand for sport. Well, and again, there could be. But how stringent would that test be, and how can you prove also that somebody isn't holding back? How can you prove? It's very easy to prove the maximum somebody can do because they stop when they can't do anymore. It's very difficult to prove the minimum, and so how do you show that this guy isn't holding back? I say guy, we're talking about trans league, so I'm sorry. How are we sure that this trans individual isn't holding back? Because that would be, you can't. How do you prove that? It's not very difficult to difficult to convince somebody you can't lift again. So how do you do that? The big issue there is there are people that would out there that would hear my opinion on mixed sports leagues and instantly take that as me being transphobic. I don't like the term transphobic. I think there are people. I don't like how. I'm not saying I don't like the word. I don't like what it's become. Because phobia is a fear of something. All right, I'm chronophobic. I'm afraid of time. I get that. I think it's a rational fear, not an irrational fear. Transphobic, I think, is applicable to people who believe that it's a contagion. The uninformed masses who believe that it's contagious, which it isn't. It's a chemical thing for people, and it makes sense. There are those people who are afraid that it's contagious and ridiculously ill-informed, obviously. But you can have a criticism of something without being afraid of it or an antagonist to it. Physical training and getting hormone replacement therapy have nothing to do with each other. They do. Physical training and HRT do have something to do with each other, because the more HRT you get, depending on where you are, right? If you get more estrogen and you start taking test blockers, your physical training regimen is going to change, because you're not going to be able to lift as much as you do, because testosterone is what gives you that bulk, right? Estrogen is not. Vice versa, if you're on test and you start blocking your estrogen, you're going to get bigger. But the problem with it is wherever you are in that evolution, it is easy to say, I can't do, like, for example, a guy that's been on it, a trans person, I'm trying to be specific on this, who has been on test blocker for a year, if he sees somebody or he knows that he can lift, maybe 200 pounds, and he says, I'm going to cap out at 140. I mean, what would stop you from, how would you not know? I mean, how would you know that that person's holding back? Like, this trans individual is on the thing for a year, knows if they lift, 200 pounds, they're going to be out of the running. Knows they need to cap out at 120, 140, and they're going to get put in a class with other women who can lift 120, 140, and then they really actually have that 60 pounds extra. How are you going to prove that they could lift more? You can't make them prove that. That's very difficult. If they want to do it, it's a great point. But often a lot of women have an issue with it, yet they're shut down for being transphobic or complete. And I don't think, again, we're talking about women having an issue with trans individuals competing in women's sports. If it's a women's sport, then the women who are competing should have the right to say what they do and don't have problems with, and that's fair. But if you want to put a mixed, what class, it's kind of like saying if you want to throw all the weight classes out of boxing, if you want to let a featherweight fight a super heavyweight, that's your business if that featherweight wants to step into the arena, but you have to realize that heavyweight or that super heavyweight is probably going to be somewhere around 150 pounds heavier than you. He's probably going to have, 4 to 6 inch minimum reach on you. There are a lot of advantages, and this is just in the same group. It's why we weight class men in just boxing, right? You can't be a featherweight and fight a heavyweight. You can't be a bantamweight and fight a welterweight. You're either in the welterweight class, or you're in the bantamweight class, because even if as a guy, there are big differences. We're all very, very different. So you kind of have to do it like that. And then again, if they want to sign the release from that point, when we find a way to arbitrarily do what we need to, fine. Let them do it. There are definitely problems with hormones acting as a standard for sports readiness, because we don't 100% know about every aspect of it in terms of that, like we do strength and endurance. Well, we also know we do know a lot about it, because these hormones are well researched. But I guess the argument would be there's some other arguments I think that are coming in too, which is basically, for example, if a trans individual comes in taking testosterone, what if a man decides he wants to take testosterone boosters also? That's going to make him stronger. because that technically one person's on chemicals and the other one isn't, right? One's on a test booster. So, but it's like, oh, well, we have to put you on test boosters, but we have to put this other guy on it. How do you, so you're gonna have to measure out how much testosterone they have? That's really granular and invasive. Besides, you have to kind of do a blood test, and you have to do I think in a lot of cases you can do blood tests, or you can do seminal tests, and it's just like, man, that's just a lot of hoops to jump through. Why are women in these sports who have expressed frustration shut down? And I agree with that. I think if there are women that are genuinely upset with this, they need to be able to say what they do and don't like. It's the locker room argument too, right? Like, and you kind of put the thing out there, like if there was a trans room, if there's a men, women's, and trans restroom, right? But if women are saying, well, there are trans people coming in here and we don't feel comfortable for it, well, that room was originally made before we really kind of got to, kind of evolved this. That room was originally made for them. Shouldn't they have a say in that? Yeah, I think so. Do I have a say in it? Nah, I couldn't go into the women's room anyway. I wouldn't want to. That would be impolite, but obviously I couldn't do it if I wanted to. So I don't have any say in that. Let the women say it. If they do or don't want it, then that's up to them. They want no gender limits in sport, and you see 99.9% of the medals. This is kind of going into that groupthink mentality that I was saying that I think we should avoid. We are different. There are people that take that as an affront, right? That say, oh my goodness, this. You're saying that this is that we're better than that. This group of people is better at some things. Yeah, that's just how things work. Some people, some groups of people, some identities, whatever you want to call it, are naturally better at things than other people. It balances out. There are things that women are better at than men. There are things that men are better at than women, and so on and so forth. Like, it's not an affront to say that, but if you're unwilling to recognize that, then I can't argue with you. I don't have any interest. You're in a land that I can't argue, because it's not a land of fact. It's a land of want. And I admire that you want it to be more equal. I just can't back it up that it can be more equal, because I don't have the facts that say that that's true. Maybe they could have chemical divisions like they do for weight, despite how it does sound silly. It's not you sound silly. That idea sounds like we shouldn't have gotten to that point. But how that's to look at the chemical divisions, you also have to take into consideration that that's fairly invasive, more so than your traditional test, because you're having to meter to the microgram. So how do you do that, right? If it's a trans woman, you're going to have to run blood tests, and if they're pre-operation, then you might have a semen test to take a look at testosterone, and to take a look, and then you have to do the same thing to the maybe natural born male that was there. And so, I guess if they wanted to do that, you would do that. But we're talking about that, and we're also talking about having to try and equal those out. And we know that it takes a long time to equal those out. It takes years to equal those things out. So even if they did a chemical division, we're talking about a trans woman trying to equal out a natural man. That takes years to get to that point. And by that time, the guy might be in completely different, he might be bigger. Now we've got to do a weight and chemical division, because the guy has trained for 4 more years while the chemical balance of the trans individual is getting more in line with the initial chemical test. And now that guy has just been training like crazy for 4 or 5 years, because that's what he does. He's got to fight in the meantime, or he's got to do his job in the meantime, and he wants to be better than whatever else. And so now he's gained 50 pounds of muscle. So now the trans individual now is chemically closer, but the goalposts have shifted. Now we've got to gain 50 or 100 pounds of muscle, and we have to make sure the chemicals are in line. And see how it's just so difficult. And I'm not saying discriminate. By the way, I don't think I need to preface this, because I think you guys understand, but I'm going to. I'm not saying that you need to be discriminative against trans individuals, or mean or rude or anything. No, that's not the case. We just have to understand the science of this. If the math doesn't work out, we have to work in math. We can't work in art to solve the equation. We have to work in math. We can't work in what we think looks pretty. We have to work in what actually fits at the end of the equal signs that makes the equation true. And that's what we're looking for here. And that's a difficult question. And it's an uncomfortable question, but because it's uncomfortable, it's probably worth asking. Comfortable questions are not usually worth asking. I just don't agree with it, man. I find it genuinely baffling that there are people out there wanting it. I understand it's a difficult topic, not just for the stigma that comes with it, but it's a difficult question, I think, because of how many things you would have to insert to make it work. Can it be done? Sure. Are we figuring it out today? Probably not. Let's give it some time. Let's figure it out. Let's get some agreed upon rules. Let's talk to all involved parties. Let's not act like all of this problem, if this is the problem, needs to be solved today either. I'm talking about the world. Just whatever. I don't like, let's see. Men having advantage of women in physical acts is not an insult to women. Some of the loonies nowadays. That's true. It's not an affront to women, but women will take it that way, and it just doesn't work that way. A lot of people have that's another thing. A lot of people have started to take things that I would consider to be compliments as negatives, like women being considered nurturers. Oh, that's I'm tough too. Nobody said you weren't tough. We said you were a better nurturer. That is such a compliment, because that's not a thing you can easily learn. That's a thing that you have to have and have a skill in. It doesn't mean you're not tough. It arguably means in some ways you are much tougher, much more resilient, but that's a negative now. I really hate that. I really hate that strong and physicality and all that is the only positive comment, when being nurturing and attentive and understanding, which women generally happen to do a lot better at than men, not always, but a lot better generally. I don't understand why that's considered a weakness. How amazing would it be? Attentiveness is something I strive to do much more consistently than I strive to be strong. And I strive to be strong, don't get me wrong, but I strive to be attentive more than I strive to be strong. And it's something that generally you'll find of a good nurturer, which women generally have done better at in the past. So I'm working effectively to gain a skill that we affiliate with women, because I find it such a strength, and yet it's just completely discarded. It's ridiculous. My comment of the chemical division does support the idea of a league of only trans people, which backs... Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. That makes sense. I see what you're saying. It's a difficult topic because people make it difficult. It should be perfectly fine. Oh, no, it's not difficult in that I'm not comfortable discussing it. It's difficult for me because it's so granular in what we would have to do mathematically, scientifically, and factually to try and balance it. It's not difficult because I feel like that I'm going to be stigmatized for talking about it. Well, I don't care. But that I would be stigmatized for talking about it. It's a difficult topic mostly because I don't know that I possess the skill to offer solution to it, I guess. But you're right. You're exactly right. I don't know if there could be a lot of other factors that make an even play. Well, and there's never going to be an even playing field perfectly. We understand that too, right? It's just getting it as close as we can. But when you have somebody that's taking a supplement that causes hormones to drastically fluctuate, it makes that kind of evening also, that kind of gets a lot more broad. I remember a story about men stop holding the door for women. That's not a condescension. It is not it's everyone. That's more recently. It became, oh, women are too weak to open their own door. No, somebody. This is something I say to other people, right? And this is it's not a condescension, but I'm going to apply it. I was talking with a gentleman the other day. A very smart gentleman. Is a gentleman I've spoken with many times. He's a great guy, and I'll say his first name. His name's Rico. He's a really good guy. Very smart. Got great conversations with him. And he got a text message in the middle of, and it was important, and he needed a text, and I stopped talking. I was telling him something, and I saw his text. I stopped talking. And he goes, oh, man, don't worry about it. Like, I can multitask. And I knew he was talented enough to multitask, or to do at least that. And I said, yes, I understand, but it would be impolite for me to expect you to. So it wasn't a matter of I thought he was too incompetent to do these two things at once. It was because I offered him the respect of knowing I wouldn't expect him to have to. I can be quiet for 5 minutes while he sends an important text. It's the same thing with the door. I don't think you're too weak to open the door by yourself. I think it's an insult that you should be expected to if I'm already opening the door. I'm happy to remove one more obstacle out of your way. And sometimes it's done for me, and I think I'm a very appreciative person when that happens. It's just not. Well, again, it's never going to be perfect, but it is going to be when you add drastically fluctuating chemical, and when you add added chemicals It is very, very difficult. A trans league is probably, I think, one of the closest to baseline solution as you can get. I think that's good. I don't think it's even possible that we're talking that if we're discussing men versus women. Yeah, that would be very difficult. Again, in most sports, I'd say 99% of sports. Yeah, absolutely. What's happening here now isn't allowed in many places. Oh no, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Is censoriousness has curtailed our ability to make progress. I'll give an example of that here in just a second. The fact that trans people taking chemicals to make them the gender they want doesn't give the other people an excuse to be on steroids or anything. It doesn't give people an excuse to be on steroids, except for the very broad brush stroke that the trans people taking the chemicals that make them the gender they want are taking steroids. That's the only problem. Testosterone is an anabolic steroid. So the argument is, where does that play in? Now there are other anabolic steroids like trenbolone, right? I'm not saying that a man should be taking trenbolone acetate, but testosterone itself is an anabolic steroid. So that's why the question is, well, if they get to take steroids, why can't I take steroids? I can't take trenbolone acetate, but I can take test boosters. And a test booster, so the difference between taking testosterone and a test booster is one of them is taking actual chemical anabolic steroid testosterone that they don't produce at all, or not at all, but very, very little. And the other one is saying, I'm just going to take this thing that makes my body, which already produces testosterone, produce a little bit more. So that there's a kind of an ethical argument to be had there, right? So I agree with you that it doesn't excuse them to taking trenbolone acetate or any of those types, but it does leave open the door for why can't I enhance my body using the chemical my body produces a little bit, and then it is a broad brush argument. A trans league makes sense, and surely the trans athletes would welcome that. I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe. I mean, I do think it makes sense. I agree with you. The trans men and women differences would put us right back. Not necessarily, right? Because in the same way that there are men and women, you could do trans men and women leagues also, right? You just have two different ones. A trans male league and a trans woman league. Yeah, exactly. Just like separate men. Yeah, exactly. I once had a health issue due to too much testosterone. Yeah, that's... How did you get too much? I can't speak for him, but I know that having too little testosterone and having too much testosterone are both really bad. That's what you have so that's the thing about it. So testosterone it's a weird chemical because you kind of have to have the perfect balance. If your testosterone is too low, then it leads to things like there's usually a proclivity more towards obesity. There's a proclivity more towards chemical imbalance, mood swings, etc., etc. Having too much testosterone, which there are people that produce too much testosterone, causes things like you would experience when you have, and I'm not saying, Ash, that you experience any of these, but they cause things similarly to the way that when you take test boosters or testosterone as a supplement, which again is a steroid. When you do that, you also end up with things like mood swings, generally towards anger. You can look at weight gain. Generally, it's going to be muscle. It's going to be, there's a potential for overgrowing hair, hair loss, androgenic alopecia, most specifically. So that's male pattern baldness, acne, kind of like going through puberty again. So like, and both of these also lead to different types of cardiac issue. So having too much testosterone oftentimes causes heart problems. I have a bit of a temper. I also have a lot of hair, which was attached to the health. Yeah, that's so. Yeah, a lot of times being able to grow a ton of facial hair, ton of body hair comes from it. But then you also see a lot of people who have androgenic alopecia as a result of too much testosterone, which means that they're going bald on their head. Hopefully, that's not the case for you. But yeah, you'll see a lot of that. You'll see a lot of hair on the arm, hair on the back, hair on the legs, pretty well everywhere, except for the top of the head, which is interesting. And temper does the same thing, right? That's the thing. When you have too little, you have a tendency towards sadness and depressive. When you have too much, you have a tendency towards anger and mad. So it's just, I have hair, but I'm developing a small bald spot. I hope not. I hope it's just The second it gets bigger, it's being shaved. I'm hoping it's not. I'm hoping it's just a cowlick laid down under a hat. Or maybe it's just the way that your head rubbed against the hat or something like that. I hope that's the case. I'm very, very lucky that in my age I still have... that would be cool. That would be a really cool cosplay. I'm very lucky that at my age I still have a good head of hair. I have a widow's peak, of course, but I have a very good head of hair. Just not as in shape. Well, you said you're working out, so it may not be long coming before you are. So no worries. But yeah, I what was the other? There was something else I was going to say. I can't remember it now. Another thing I was going to talk about, stigma, but I can't remember. I think the idea. I do think the proposal of trans men and trans women leagues are fine. I think that's absolutely fine for sports. Yeah, I would be okay with that. I think a lot of them would, and I'm not opposed to fighting Max in that case too. Saying, take a look at the chemical, kind of stack it up. How much are you on for how long, and how long have you been? Okay, but it's going to be a lot more difficult. Well, actually, I don't even think it'd be that difficult. I think you'd have to do that when you're doing like fighting and boxing. If you're playing football, either kind of football, American or otherwise, you wouldn't really have to do that. If it's trans women or trans men, men and women also, men generally on a football team or women on a football team vary so differently that I think trans men and women should be allowed to have that big difference there on their respective leagues also. So yeah, I think that'd be fine. But again, I'm not impacted by this. This is what I'm saying from the outside looking in. I don't know what the trans men and women think about it. I agree with if they're okay with it, I'm sure just let them take part. That's my issue. The boxing amendment it is. But that's kind of my thing, is like if they want to sign the release and say okay, then that's up to them. It's just probably not going to go really well. Who knows? Maybe we find a woman that just absolutely knocks somebody out, and that would be awesome. But there was a test done several years ago, it was a long time ago anyway. I was listening to it in like 2016, I think so. But the test was even done before that. It was a baseball test, but basically what was happening is 100 men and 100 women were taken, and they threw baseball at their top speed, and 100 men hit the top speed. Of the women, I think it was 2 of the 100 women matched or exceeded the men's average speed. It was something like that. Anyway, it was a ridiculously low number. So it's like, there are women out there that are exceptional to the point of where they will be able to take on some of these guys, but it's just not. That's going to be the rule. That's going to be the exception, not the rule. That's okay. Again, it doesn't mean that women are inferior. It just means that there are things that we're more geared towards naturally. That's all. Again, I think being attentive, which is generally affiliated with women who generally dominate areas like psychiatry, psychology, care, healthcare in a lot of regards, and teaching. Like that attentive nature, that nurturing nature, is something that men, I think, should strive for constantly. But it's been taken as a derogatory remark when it's not. We should really work hard to gather that skill. That's such a good skill. It's such an important skill, and it just seems to come more natural. Maybe I'm wrong. It seems to come more naturally. Well, that's fine. If a woman thinks she can genuinely annihilate, give it a shot. You might. Probably not. Statistics are kind of against you as far as what we can see thus far, but you might be a different statistic. Who knows? I remember Serena Williams saying she wouldn't even beat the 1,000 male tennis player in the world or something like that. But you have to take into consideration the top male players, right, and the top female players. And I think Serena Williams was once compared to Rafael Nadal, and I think she was very candid, and I respect her for saying it. She was very candid, saying she didn't think she could take Rafael Nadal. It's just a different ball game. And again, I respect, she's amazing. She's a phenomenal athlete, and she's better. Like, I couldn't play tennis against her and do any good. I wouldn't win. But when you start getting into that hyper specific, where everybody's honing their skills, then it's a whole different beast. And don't forget, being in the kitchen, women are better at it. Well, I can understand why they might think that. Nah, the joke's loony out there. Don't worry. No, it's good. It's an interesting discussion that unfortunately is attached to too many emotional people who can't disagree. That's again, I don't think we should be censorious. This is how we fix problems, as we talk about them openly. That's the thing. And I say this again. If a conversation is comfortable, it really rarely has utility. If you are asking questions that people answer comfortably or a snap of the fingers and they have an answer, then there are either one of two factors at play most of the time. Number one is that the person who answered the question is overly confident and full of it. The second thing is that the question wasn't a good question and the answer was obvious, and that person gave it to you. Now, there is obviously other new things here and there, but that's generally it. If you ask a question that is genuine and makes there's no immediate response, and it's generally uncomfortable, that's where you know you've asked a good question, usually, because it means that it's something that we have either diverted for to be more comfortable and have diverted from to be more comfortable, or that we have, when you ask a question that gets no answer, it's probably one that needs an answer. If you ask a question that gets an immediate answer, the answer was probably obvious. It's like all of us. Viddy's an insane racist. We aren't. Viddy would be the last person I'd think about that way. I'm joking. You're fun to make a joke because he does seem the friendliest. He seems super friendly. We got to watch a movie that last time. I'm sad that I didn't get to make it. I didn't think about the timing on this, but I could make the... in my mind, I just got mixed up again. I'm exhausted, but we watched we watched a movie together, and it was really neat. He's really good at Mortal Kombat. I know Ash is. I know he's better than I am. That's for sure. No, that's not me. Well, I'm good at the new ones. I'm not good at the old ones for darn sure. But to be fair, I'm not good at it. I'm not going to make an excuse and say I'm great. But I will say I'm better when I have a 6-button controller. No, they aren't. I'm not good at it, but I'm much better when I have a 6-button controller than the 3-button one. I'm not good at using the start button to switch those ABC sets. I'm not good at that. I only have a 3-button controller. Actually, I only had a 3-button. I have a 6-button controller now, but I only just got that like a couple of months ago. But back when I did, I only had the 3-button controller, and I was not good. No, I know. That was all I was using, and I'm already not great at Mortal Kombat. But then I was using the 3-button controller, and you have to use the start button to switch, and I was like, eh. So that was like 70% my fault, maybe 30%. Maybe 25% the controller's fault and 5% the fact that the difficulty was higher than I could handle, which goes into my 70% my fault. So 75% my fault. But if you guys will pardon me for a second, I'm going to take just a second to break. I'm going to borrow the lavatory. I'll start playing a game when I come back. Just some random games. We'll keep talking. And I'll just play some random games that are fun to play for a little bit, and then I'll do that for a little, maybe not too terribly long. And then we'll hang it up, basically. I think almost 3 hours of just talking, which has been super fun. So I probably won't play games for a ton. This is mostly just to talk, I guess. But I do kind of want to play a couple. So 1 second, and I'll be right back. Okay. I just read. Max, have you been playing any games? Yes. Do they have names? Yeah, I named them last week. They're Christina, Pedro. All right, Ash. You can't. You can't. That sounds like something you would have told me. Oh man, that's funny. I haven't had time. I haven't had a lot of time to play games this past little bit, so I apologize. I do play Animal Crossing with my daughter, the one for the Switch. I've been playing that a little bit, and it's been kind of cool. I'm playing a little bit hard. The New Horizon, I think, is what it is. I am playing a little bit hard mode because I'm insisting I make all of the money before I buy the expansion for the house. So basically, I'm never in debt. I make the money, ask for the upgrade, pay the loan off immediately. It might be. So I'm playing it kind of hard mode. My daughter, on the other hand, she's playing her version a little differently. She's playing easy mode, basically. She went to some like islands and picked up a lot of money or whatever. But yeah, there was that, and then what was the and then I did pass Portrait of Ruin and went on to start Dawn of Sorrow. Sorry. I want to play more Indiana Jones and more Star Wars Outlaws. I might do that. Oh, I was saying really quickly. I would say this. I was talking about talking to my friend. Should I buy? Yes, please. Do it on sale. But I think the Dominus. I argue that the Dominus collection is the best collection because this is my argument. The first collection, the classic collection, you're going to have Simon's Quest, which a lot of people don't like. You're going to have, I think Dracula's Curse is awesome, the best, but you're going to have Kid Dracula, which nobody knew anything about and a lot of people don't care about. You're going to have the first Castlevania, which a lot of people really will bypass in favor of Dracula's Curse anyway, so there's kind of a lot of vestigiality. Then you have the second one, the Advanced Collection. The Advanced Collection has got Circle of the Moon, and it's got Harmony of Dissonance, but you're probably not going to play those because Aria of Sorrow is so much better than the other two. The Dominus Collection, all three of those are amazing. They are so good. The remastered Haunted Collection is awesome too, or Haunted Castle, excuse me, is great. I think you should. I think it's got the smallest downsides. Aria of Sorrow still has the sigil drawing thing, which is a little unwieldy unless you're playing it on the handheld. Worst part about it, it's not that bad. And then Haunted Castle, the classic, is still very unwieldy, but they did the remastered, so you don't even need to worry about that. Remastered Haunted Castle, so it's good. It's worth the money. I have a physical version that should be shipping out or here next month, so we should. I'm excited about it though. No, I was talking about my philosophy on this. And I just want to make sure I say this before I switch over to the games, because otherwise I will forget. I was talking to this friend of mine, and when I was talking to this friend of mine, we were talking about KOTOR, and we were talking about philosophy, because KOTOR has such great philosophical underpinnings. And specifically KOTOR 2, and there's a whole video, it's like an hour and a quarter, it's a good video, but there's this character in KOTOR 2 called Kreia. I'm not going to say anything more about her character in terms of spoilers, because she's a very important character, but I will tell you, firstly, she is an older Force wielder, and she is blind. And that philosophically, she seems to believe that you kind of need to maintain a neutral outlook. That acts of there's one area specifically that I like a lot. It's on, and I hate also. That is Nar Shaddaa. You go in, and there's this beggar that comes up to you, and he basically asks for a handout. You have two options, really. Option number one is you can say, "Get out of my face, beggar," go, or go, not do anything for him. Option number two is you can give him the donation. The problem with it is Most people would look at that and say, well, the nice option is give him the donation. The problem with it is both options are bad. They're both bad. Somebody sees you give him the donation because this is a part of town that's really down on their luck, and they stab him and they take his donation that you gave him. You made him a target. You say, get out of my face. He gets angry. He gets resentful. He goes and takes the donation from somebody else. It's the fact that nothing is good or bad or better or worse. It all leads to whatever the circumstance says it will lead to. And your best bet is not to pick what you think is good or bad, but to look at the whole of the situation and say, you know what, I'd just rather not get involved. I like it a lot. It's brilliant. It's deeper than that. I advise everybody to go look up the video, The Philosophy of Kreia. It's, again, about an hour and a quarter. Watch that video. I like it a lot. Just don't watch it. Just listen to it. It's so good. Her philosophy is very, very close to Friedrich Nietzsche's, and it's a philosophy I very much agree with in a lot of regards. I will inform you on this decision later this evening. Okay. Really want to die? You should. It's really good. I mean, I'd get all of them. They go on sale all the time. I don't know if they do on PlayStation. I know they do on Xbox. The base collection goes for like $4. The advanced collection goes for like $9, and then Dominus will go for like, if it's not already 15, I think it goes for 15. I think it's 20, but it goes for 15. You can get all three of them for full price at $60. It's on sale on your wish list. Is it what, $14.99? Well, it's not going to be on yours. That's dollars. You're in pounds, so yours is going to be a little lower. Like 13 pounds or something. 13 pounds. I don't know. That game certainly weighs a lot. Yeah, it's worth it's soup. Fighting Max will not relent. All right, let me get a game going real quick. I'm just gonna get a comfortable game. That's what I want. I want a cathartic game. I go to like 3 or 4 games. I'd play KOTOR, honestly. I'd play KOTOR, but I don't. That's not what I have up right now, so that's not what I'm gonna do. I will do this game because I love this game. 16 quid? That's not bad. I'd do it. I'd do it. Again, this is coming from the guy who did it, you know. I don't think my window is cropped appropriately. Hold on one second. I'm going to push another button. It may change me to the wrong screen, so forgive me if that's the case. Okay, forgive me for just a second. I'm going to fix my, I don't know why my border is all wonky, but I'm going to fix it real quick. So just permit me a moment. I think it's is it this one? Yeah. So give me 1 second. I'm going to transform my border for a second. So you can see some stuff just... You can see some stuff gently move. Shouldn't be too jarring. Hopefully it isn't too jarring, I should say. Does that look a little bit better? It looks a little bit better to my eyes. So, I'm going to take one more time when the intro screen comes on. When the map part of the intro screen comes on, I should clarify. But I think we're pretty well where we need to be. Pretty close. Yeah, I think that looks alright. I think that looks alright. We'll say that's fine. There we are. Pop it up here. How's the remaster? Any chance we see a good platform? I like this one. It's a comfortable game for me. How's the remastered Haunted Castle? It's good. It's really good. It's way better than the original. DK is great. I think it's good. This is my favorite one. I know a lot of people like 1, a lot of people like 2. I got Dang. And we have Anna and Gart. We'll do this. And I'm just going to play through for fun. Again, just levels I like. I'll change up the game in a minute. Dang is Retro's real name. We'll get both of these. It's a fun game. This game has somebody, I think back in the early Game Grumps days, JonTron said this, the game has a sense of flow. It's true. This game, you don't have to play it fast, but it does feel good when you play it fast. I am going to stop though and get this. I think Dang was the the one I did when I did the 103 video. When I did a video showing how to get 100 and I was doing it to show how to get 105%, and I think I did it well, I did it 103% by mistake, and it was one of the there we are. Did I do that wrong? Is it here? Maybe it's this one. Whoops. Well, it won't matter now. Yeah, it will. Yeah, I think I did a video where I was showing people how to get 105%, and then it was like, eh. Maybe it's not. I was trying to remember where it was. Oops. Yeah, I don't remember. I thought it was on one of the corner. I've been trying to find old YouTubers, if you know what I mean by that. More difficult, it seems. So many channels are now identical. I miss the old one. Somebody put a video up or a picture up of new YouTube basically being always somebody just sitting right in front of a microphone. And it kind of is, right? It's just somebody sitting in front of a microphone telling you or regurgitating something to you. And I am the same thing to some extent. I'm not necessarily regurgitating. I'm trying to talk about original ideas I've had, but or philosophies or this, but it's like with 486, because people have to get attention, and you have to, because I was wondering about that too. Sometimes the camera has to move every 5 seconds, and it's like, why does this have to move so frequently? Well, the answer is because, I don't know. I thought it was behind one of those, but now I'm halfway through it, so it doesn't even matter. It's because you have to do something that's visually stimulating for a lot of people in order to get them to pay attention. Yeah, it's going to be. You have to visually stimulate people by cutting the camera all the time, and I'm just like, why do we, or you have to put other. There was a video my wife was watching that I was exhausted. I came in, I was so tired, so I was just, she says background noise. It was some lady talking about the history of makeup, and was going back to like ancient Samaria and talking about the ancient Sumerians who wore makeup and why and what they had in it and all that kind of stuff, which is cool. I mean, you have a history piece that's kind of neat, but the person was constantly going, because this and that, just kind of talking more modern, more colloquial, more, and I'm like, I don't need that input. I know that's what makes it quote unquote unique content, but like, I don't need it. Just tell me the story here. No jump cuts needed, none of that. Just do. I don't know why this feels so narrow on the screen, because it's supposed to be my full 4:3. So let me oh, you know what? I do know what it is. Give me 1 second. I gotta make a correction here. That's probably what's going on. Yeah, give me 1 second here. I think I think mine's trying to be all pixel perfect, and I don't need that. So let's do this. Yep, that's what it was. That's why my border was weird. Mine was trying to be all pixel perfect. I'm going to try and have very few edits when I get back to it. And I think that's good. I mean, it's okay to have an edit here and there for story, like integrity of the story. It's just, I don't need them all the time. Personally, I don't need them all the time. Let me see what the... Ouch. Let me see what the level looks like real quick if I go here. Yeah, let me trim it real quick. I'm just making some on-the-fly adjustments, so I apologize. Hope this is the behind-the-scenes, you know, this is the magic of it. Hopefully nobody's upset, but this gives me an opportunity to fix some of the issues I was having also with my video and some other different things. Let's do that, and then let's do 260 pixels off here. And then we can move the position a smidge, can't we? Went the wrong way. No, I went the right way. So just making some quick adjustments. This allows me to fix some of the issues I was having prior, so this will be good to have. We'll do 80-ish right there. Boop. Lock that back in place, and then we'll close down our little border again. All of that magic is gone now. All of that illusion. Production illusion. We'll close it down a smidge, and then we'll just move it over. I'm meticulous too. I like to do it 1 pixel at a time, so I apologize. I know that takes a little longer, but I like the way it looks better. Okay. I think that'll do. Boop. Oh, my mic is cutting every few seconds. It's probably because I was making changes there. Sorry. Some channels I love are very scripted with edits, and sometimes I just miss the natural feel of a channel where it's like you're talking to a friend. I think so too. Yeah, I'm hoping that was just because I was making edits there. And not edits, I'm sorry. Adjustments. Hopefully it sounds a little better now. I think that's ideal. I think that's ideal also. I you know, you want it to be comfortable. It was kind of like the charm of the Game Grumps originally. Was that you were kind of listening to people that were just, oh, it's still doing it? Uh-oh. Let me try something real quick. Okay. Let me see if I can hear it on my side. It shows on my side it's coming through okay. Oh, you know what? Let me try something real quick. I think I know what happened. 1 second. Yeah, I think I found the problem. Give me 1 second and tell me if this fixed it for you. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, for some reason it wanted to start recording, and I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why, but we'll see if we can get it back down. Hopefully. Yeah, let's turn it there real quick, see if we can get things to behave a little bit better. Okay, let's try. We'll just see what's happening here for a second. Let me I'll try let me try a game real quick that's not as intensive, so I'll switch back real quick. Okay, I think so. I think it might, but we'll try one that's not as intensive for just a second, just to see. Huh. Counted the buttons wrong with my hand. We'll see how it looks on something that's meant to run 60 frames. Yeah, I don't know what the heck I hit. I hit something wrong. It's my fault. I think I hit something that was, that caused it to start recording, and I'm like, why in the world? My CPU is not going to be able to handle streaming and recording at the same... Oh, I got my 96. It's not going to be able to handle the streaming and the recording at the same time. And I just don't have... I haven't chose to load balance it that way. So we'll play some Mario World for now. Mario World's meant to run in 60 frames, so we'll see if I end up getting any issue there. There'll be some lag, obviously, but there's some lag built into the game when it hits the object limit. Love Mario World? Me too. I have been playing this game for a very long time. Sorry? Let's try that again. Favorite 2D platformer is, or my favorite 2D platformer, I think this is my favorite 2D platformer. It's in the running if it isn't. I didn't mean that. That's all right. There we go. No, we went through it. We went through the 96% together, so we passed it. All exits. So I am fortunately saying I am not betraying her because we did pass it all together. But I do love this game. I didn't mean to do that. I should have cape pumped better. Okay, fine. I think Shovel Knight is as good. Shovel Knight's pretty good, for darn sure. Shovel Knight's really good, in fact. I wish they would do more of them, but I don't think they're going to. There we go. Look how good. Yeah, no, this is an amazing game. Whoops. Didn't mean to hit him that way, but that's okay. Yeah, I think the game's beautiful, and then especially when you get to some of my favorite levels, like my favorite looking levels, I should clarify. When you get to like the chocolate levels, those ones I really like. I'd love to play Mario World again. You own it? Yeah, you should play it again. And it's available, if you have the Switch, it's available on that Switch online platform too, so you can do that too. I love this game. Go ahead and... That's fine. He'll be in the little yellow pit in a minute and I'll get him. I got stuck on the Choco Mountain puzzle where the exit depends on how much time you have in the timer. Yeah, the best rule on that one is just go as fast as you can, because the timer, I think the best exit or the correct exit is 200 seconds left, or no, 300 seconds on the timer left. It's either 3 or 200. I have to remember, and I don't, but I'd have to think back to it. But I think it's either 3 or 200 seconds left, more than 200 or 300 seconds left on the timer. Yeah, I would say mine's probably Banjo-Kazooie. I did pass Banjo-Tooie yesterday. I had been, to be fair, I've been playing it for... I'd been playing on it since, alright. Like 2 years ago, so I only just passed it, so it's not a super impressive thing. There's a I know I can do it, but I'm gonna do it this way because I'm stubborn. Yeah, I think Banjo-Kazooie probably is. I really like Banjo-Kazooie. Yeah, Kazooie, not Tooie. Get off! I didn't do that right. I needed it to be on the other side. Oh well, fine. All of you die now. All of you would have died anyway. There's a pit down here. Fine. I like Galaxy too. I have played Galaxy. I don't know. Favorite's A Hat in Time, but my favorite retro is Super Mario 64. See, Super Mario 64 is good. I still think that Banjo is cleaner, and I think Banjo is a cleaner put together thing than 64. Mario 64, Galaxy, Crash 4. I haven't played Crash 4. Mario 64 is good. I don't think it's as cleanly put together as Banjo-Kazooie is. I only played the first one. The second one's even better, honestly. I have played Galaxy. I haven't invested as much time in getting everything from Mario games. I like to get as much, like 100% of everything. I haven't invested trying to do everything in all of them, though. I need to do the same thing with Sunshine. I like Sunshine. I think Sunshine's really good too, and they put it out on the Super Mario 3D HD, or the 3D All-Stars collection, and that's the way to play. I didn't want to play it on the GameCube because they inverted the C-Stick, and the C-Stick is already too small for my hands. Or my thumbs, so playing it on a better controller, by my estimation, or for my hands, and on something where they updated where you can actually make some setting changes, I think really improved my outlook on that game. Even though I already liked it to start with, I think it's a lot better now. Now we've got our little green cubes. fine. We just somehow never owned the second one. I think it's overhated. Yeah, I think so too. I think the second one is still going for like 50, 60 bucks. I think it is. Go on, bird. I think those are supposed to be bats, but they always look like birds to me. So. Because they got beaks. Bats don't have beaks, they have snouts. And they're adorable. Bats are absolutely adorable. Uh-oh. I forgot about this. I didn't think it was hated as a whole for some sections. There are a lot of people. Honestly, it was very hated for a long time. But it has these really nice platforming sections that I think a lot of people, that were very complicated, and I think a lot of people didn't like that. That's fine. The Bandicoot games never get enough credit either. Sure, they're very basic, but they're very good, especially 3 and 4 is amazing. I did play 3. I like 3 a lot. I hadn't played 4. Alright, fine. Spike tops. Ukulele remaster is looking good too. I liked Ukulele quite a bit. So the remaster I think is going to be up my alley. Can't believe people still think bats are birds. Those bats look like birds because they got beaks. And bats, I don't know of any bats that have beaks. I love bats. I don't know of any that have beaks. They have little red beaks. Probably because yeah, that's true. Well, that, you know, and I found out it was really crazy because I didn't collect a whole bunch during the GameCube era. Well, I did, but I also didn't. And I collected right before the GameCube games started getting really expensive. I got real lucky on that. So I was able to get like Cubivore and all those, you know, for not ridiculous price. I think I paid $10 for Fire Emblem on the GameCube. No, I don't think I did. I did. I paid $10 for Fire Emblem on the GameCube. I'm not doing the balloon section. I just wanted to use it to get through the swimming. But so I got to it before it got too expensive, which I was happy about. But then come on. Your life ended there. But sorry, I'm just trying to focus on too many things. Fine. Okay. Yeah, the GameCube, what I was saying is I didn't collect a lot during then. And then I started playing GameCube games kind of, you know, again, later on in its life, but not late, like early, way before now, but late in its life. And then realized that it had, that everybody loved the GameCube controller. Everybody around here loved the GameCube, and I was like, I don't care about that. A British beaky bat. No, I haven't. That sounds like something Rare would call it, though. You know what is? You know what controller is overhated? The N64. It is. I think it's a rough controller compared to the Xbox, but for 1996, for it to be the first major attempt at a 3D control. Well, that's not necessarily true. It wasn't the first major attempt at a 3D controller because the Sega Saturn did have the 3D controller. That was actually what it was called. So weird control stick for being a console. Why include the notches? Because at that time, moving in multiple directions was a foreign concept. When you hit up on a thing, it usually meant look up or jump, depending on whether it was a fighting game or it was a platformer. Like right now, if I do up, well, it's not gonna do anything because I'm on Yoshi. But if I look up on this, it's not gonna move me up. It's gonna do that. So we had to learn it was moving forward, right? And those notches basically said, oh, it's also not just one direction you need to focus on, but, you know, 6 or 8. It was 8 directions, right? Up, down, left, right, and then up, left, up, right, down, left, down, right. So those notches kind of made it where it was easier for our clumsy, untrained thumbs. That, I should have bopped off his head. Ah, well. So it allowed the controller to kind of more comfortably nestle into the correct direction that we were aiming to go. If it was just completely round, we probably wouldn't have grasped onto the concept. And good example of where this works really well is, in my opinion at least, is Turok Dinosaur Hunter. Which is a game I really like, and I would play on here also. Matter of fact, I might play it on here for a minute, because I have it on Xbox now. I have the cartridge. I think I have Turok 3 complete in box for the 64, but I have I have the first one also on Xbox. I might play that in a minute just because I like it. Again, I'm just kind of playing games that I enjoy. No rhyme, no reason, just something fun. But I remember when that one was a rental, I remember renting that one and seeing and you had the cheat to turn the blood green and all that. It was really cool. Doom 64-ish clone, but really cool anyway. This is, see if I can get this on the first shot. Oh yeah. Boss fight! I didn't mean to do that! I wanted to pick a whole bunch of blocks up. I didn't mean to go forward when I did it. That's okay. That was my last hit, too. I was just button mashing until he became corporeal again. That's funny. I meant to throw a bunch of blocks in a funny that's what I get. They're bringing Turok back. It's going to be a co-op third-person shooter, though. Yeah, I'm okay with that. It's not my favorite. I'd like it to be a first-person again, but I don't care. Dang it. This is me being a doofus. Sorry about that. Alright. The D-pad also didn't serve much of a purpose. It depended on the game. For the most part, no, you're right, it didn't. But there were some instances where they only used the D-pad, and there were also some instances where the D-pad was a camera control, like a tertiary or secondary camera control, depending on the type of game. And in some cases, it was even a weapon select, which I thought was kind of a cool idea. I'm sure it might be good, but Turok deserves the same treatment as Doom 2016. That would be cool. That would be. You know what really does? Because do you remember Dino Hunter for the PS1? Dino Hunter for the PS1, I think, also deserves that treatment. GOG's having to put a preservationist's effort into maintaining Dino Hunter, though, because it's just a dead IP. But it was a lot of fun back when PS1 was big. I know you can still play it on... I think you can play it on some of the Sony platforms, but I believe GOG has now put it on their preservationist list because I believe most efforts are abandoned on trying to maintain it. Boop. But yeah, the Turok was a really good one. Dinosaur Hunter especially, but all three of them were pretty solid. Well, I think there were technically 4, but all of them were good. Pretty good, I thought. Am I gonna have to take a hit to get in this door? Yep, that's fine. Oh, really? That's fine. I was gonna see if I could time it, but I couldn't. Disruptor was a good FPS also. Yeah, it was. That was really good also. They're bringing a lot of the games that I like back, and I think that's good. Like, they brought Legacy of Kain. They did a Legacy of Kain HD remaster, which I'm excited to play. I thought that was really good. I have it on Dreamcast. The original's on Dreamcast, but I thought that one was really good. Well, I have one of them on PS2, or Xbox, rather. Like, Defiance. But, they're starting to bring a lot of those back. They brought Shadow Man back, which Omega Ace has done a full playthrough on his of the Shadow Man HD. They brought Blood Rain back, which was really cool which was originally a really cool vampire-y game. And then boop. Go through the door. Oops, go through the door again. Fine. Jump. Whoa. Come up here. We get exit number 1. Have you played Turbo Overkill? I don't know if I've played Turbo Overkill. I want to play those games that you sent me the videos of, though. When I saw those are insane. Those look like they're so much fun. Yeah, we'll save. I gotta remember. I don't remember, so I'm gonna go back here and get some capes. I need exit number 2 on that ghost house. Okay, that'll do the trick. I need to take a look at something real quick. Hold on 1 second, guys. Oh, my watch is off. Yeah, I haven't played that. Really fast-paced, cool slide mechanic too, because the protagonist has a chainsaw leg. So it's kind of like, I'm going to say this. It's kind of like shoot. I have to do it this. I always do that. I always hesitate. It's kind of like Vanquish, maybe a little bit. Vanquish had a cool, kind of a neat slide mechanic to it also, if I remember correctly. Boop. My watch was an hour off, so it's an hour later even than I thought, so I might jump over to Turok for a minute to play, and then I might jump off here in a bit, so that I don't lose the whole of the day. And then we run over here, and we jump down here, and we get 1, 2, 3, 4 up, and we get the second exit, and I get the bonus level, but I have a cape on, so that's not going to be great, but okay. Vanquish was really good. I remember back when they were doing, I can't remember, Brink, when it was smart mechanic, smooth movement across random terrain. Okay, I've got the cape on, so I'm probably not going to nail this, but I'm going to try. Nope. Nope, I was 2 off. Dang it. There's a method to it, but having the cape on causes a little bit of drag, and so if I just didn't get it. If I had just a mushroom, or if I just a mushroom, it's the best way to do that, honestly. So let me move over to Turok then real quick, just because I'm running low on time, and I'll reset my watch while I'm doing it too. Okay, well, that's fine. It's a weird little beep there, wasn't it? Having a move that makes the slide and attack. Oh, that's cool then. There was, you know what another game I really think was cool that I think a lot of people, this reminded me of, but that I think a lot of people took, I have to change the batteries, sorry. That I think a lot of people kind of took for granted, I guess, a little bit, was Never Dead. I kind of thought that game was cool. It wasn't perfect. I mean, it definitely had its clunky bits, but I thought it was pretty good. Overall, let's try that. How's that do? What watch do I have? I'll tell you in just a second which one I'm wearing. I'm wearing my my Perrin, but I'll tell you in a minute. I have some. I love watches. I'll tell you in just a second the cool story, but I got to switch this over real quick. Cool. So I am wearing... Boop. Turok 2 is my favorite. I like all of them, though. Turok 2 is really good, too. Let me set my watch correctly real quick here. Have. There we go. Cool. So I like anybody who doesn't know, I like watches. I've said that. And I am wearing the my Perrin Nera. I like watches that have stories. I'm wearing my Perrin Nera Rogue X, which is a 39mm watch, Swiss assembled, because everybody wants a Swiss watch, right? But the company, Perrin, which is short for perennial, is a Transylvanian company. So I am wearing a Transylvanian company Swiss assembled watch. Which I think is really cool. QRS. T. I have a lot of games that start with the letter T, good lord. Yeah, so that's the watch I'm wearing right now. If you've seen James Bond Casino Royale, the watch I have coming on Monday is the watch that Le Chiffre wears at the poker table. The Longines Evidenza chronograph.
Gulp.
But right now, yeah, I'm wearing my Transylvanian watch. Now, see, how cool was this game? Now, again, I am playing it on the... Do I have a game? We'll start. Another one, it's fine. This was... I remember when this was a rental. and I thought this was just super cool. It still has one of the things I really think is charming that they maintained is, do you see the camera tilt when you're turning? How the camera tilts also? I thought that was kind of awesome. Okay, so I have my knife for my bow and arrow. Cool. Let me draw back here. I saw a dinosaur go back there, didn't I? Well, no, you don't. That should have been a headshot, right? Come on. Yeah. Okay. Five keys to find. So see, like, this was cool. This was really neat. And I got a gun now. That guy was fast. I'm not going to deal with that. But I can also be a dinosaur. Oh, what the heck? He shouldn't have been able to reach me. I can also be the dinosaur hunter. And I remember that the blood in this was also something again controversial. I think you can go, just for the fun of it, obviously. I think you can go into it and change. Maybe refraction. Enter cheat. Maybe it's one of the cheats. Cheat menu. That which is fine. Yeah, I can't turn them on anyway. But there was one. I think it was like where you could change the tiny enemy mode, pretty colors. Oh, see, I'd try that. Invincibility. See, so you get all this cool stuff. I think it's really neat. I miss cheat code. They used to have cheat code books, and they'd come out in magazines and stuff. I always thought that was cool. Ah, shoot. I need to kill this guy and get some life. There's some health. Oh, but you let my dinner get away. Son of a gun. Oh, there he is. Okay, he disappeared, but I get 2 more health. What did he throw? A sharp grenade? What happened? Like, that thing hit me and I was immediately like, ow, that hurt. No explosion necessary. The other thing I really like about this, it feels, I like that you can go above 100% also, but I like that the jumping on it is really responsive. It's not, I mean, it's not the easiest perfectly to aim, but it's pretty darn responsive. I think that's cool. Someone's stabbing me or something. What's going on? What did I get hit by? Somebody's shooting at me. Ah. There he is. Oops. See, now the other thing that was a little... the other thing that this was fun, I still like it, but one of the things that happens is as you play the game, it would lock you... This game looks pretty cool. This game it was for the 64. I'm playing... the reissue of it, so the graphics are a little bit better. This is a cool game, but the thing is that they would lock you in to and push that. They would lock your hitbox. Ah, shoot! I need my. they would lock your hurt box in place when the attack occurred. So even if you're not standing there, you still take damage. Let me grab that key. After talking with Thumb through a microphone, Retro is playing. I'm sorry. Again, I mistimed it, otherwise I would have been there. I apologize. Oh. But I think you said you were doing the pilot episode. If you decide to do a separate one of the pilot, or I can catch up on the pilot one if you decide to move to episode 1, and then I'll just keep a closer eye. Hopefully I'll have the ability to I'll be a little bit more free than I have been these past days, and then we can watch the first one. But what? Let's see. I think Thumb will especially be interested in reading our text chat for My Name is Emily. Oh, I mean, I'd be happy to jump in on some of that too. I missed the thing, but I missed the misscheduled or planned my schedule there. But yeah, I'll catch up on the pilot if you want to do the first, I guess the second episode, right? The first post-pilot episode, and then I can come to that one. I'll just keep a closer eye on the time difference. I just, for the life of me, forgot that it's Sunday for you where it's Saturday for me. Let me grab that real quick. I saw it. I saw those trees. It's a strange thing. I should do more. Should I do more Twin Peaks episode? I consider long-term TV show catch-ups. I mean, it's up to you if you enjoy it. It makes you let go. I would say if you enjoy it, I'll catch up on, because it's only one episode I've missed. I'll catch up on that, and then if you decide you want to do, if you enjoy it enough, then yeah, I mean, I'll happily. I had fun on the My Name is Emily one. I thought it was a lot of fun. So. Come on, piggy. It's a bore. Uh-oh. See it. So see how it locks your hurt box in if they start the attack. Come on, come on. There, got him. I also like it's a lot easier. Can we form friendships over eating? I'm sure if it's something you have in common, you can. Yeah. In fact, what truly is toast, and what are friendships? What is a friend? That's again a subjective thing to. The heck was that? Give me my gun, please. Alright, later, nerds. Okay, there we go. I would say, or is it better to make friends over these internet streams, whether it's Retro Room or Twin Peaks? I think that's also subjective, but that is that's a question of methodology more than it is methodology and success therein, than it is over the philosophy of the friendships. But there is a philosophy. There is an argument for the philosophy of the nature of the friendships, which might change between the nature of the friendships. That might change between the methods of. Gaining said friends. I'll try not to. It's really easy. Just toast my friends. Banjo Tooie. Why would you say that? Just shoot my friends. Is that the respawn? Yep, that's what that is. Okay. But why would we want to shoot our video games, our friends, like, is life a video game then? A lot of people do subscribe to the, a lot of people do subscribe to the simulation theory, so if that is true, then yeah. I believe the arrow is better. It wasn't even a matter of is the pen mightier than the sword, it was just the arrow exploded. I'm gonna get all of that. I probably shouldn't shoot you. If you shoot passive animals, you always get health. But I don't feel good shooting a monkey. 25 health. That'll do. I think this was a cool game. It still feels pretty good, honestly. They've upped the responsiveness and the frame rate and all that kind of good stuff. It still feels good. It feels much better on an Xbox or PlayStation controller, I'm sure. I have it on Xbox. It feels much better than it did on the N64 controller, although it didn't feel bad. But if this feels pretty good. I don't know what land we're in, but whatever. I'm a native of that land apparently, and I don't know. I guess I know how to use guns right off of the bat, so that's good. BRB. Why does bread want to become toast? Wouldn't that be a detriment to its overall well-being? What defines bread's well-being? Or do we serve it? The best interest is serving humans, or do we serve it? Depends on your definitions of gluttony, I suppose, or gluttonous. Ah, shotgun. Yeah, that'll do the trick. Oh, he got in the way. He was a martyr for a people he didn't care. Oh, no, he's still there. Okay, well. I don't know if I can make that jump. I gotta make that jump, don't I? There's a key right there. Or if not retro. Okay, wait a minute. Could be a world where we serve our food. Oh, the seven gluttony retros onto us. Isn't that kind of the nature of the seven deadly sins? Is that if you find yourself serving one of those things, then that's the sin that you're most guilty of. Oh, okay. I got him. Could there be a world where we serve our food? Are there already servers in the real world? Has this been the Toast's plan all along? Or if not, retro vegetarians and vegans. Being vegetarian or vegan doesn't mean... Oops. Being vegetarian or vegan doesn't mean you're any less susceptible to falling prey to serving your food. You can be a gluttonous vegetarian. Or vegan. Or anything. Gluttony is simply the nature of overindulgence. Generally. Generally food overindulgence, but can be overindulgence in general. Okay, what are these? What am I doing here? Ah. Box of shotgun shells. That'll do. So this game, I mean, this game moves spiritual invincibility. All right, physically I am still human, but you cannot see nor break my spirit. Not that you could in the first place. Very difficult to break something that's physically intangible. Oh, look at that health I'll take. Thank you. Everything's in slow motion because of my spiritual invincibility. Oh, my spirit broke. Oh, okay. That guy went flying. I love the little idiosyncrasies of the game because of things like that. I think there's a charm to that, really. I think I'm philosophizing too hard. Should we eat human meat? In fact, where did the verb sandwich? I didn't know that was a verb. I thought that was an adjective. Not an adjective, I'm sorry, a noun. I was wondering if people who don't eat meat would come across my constant mention of meat. I'm sure they probably would. If two people put bread on either side of the earth, would it be a sandwich? I don't know how big is the bread? Retro is using the game to determine the human spirit, but how does a game truly break our spirit? What even is a spirit, and can it be broken or not? Can that spirit be away? There is an argument to be made that that is a philosophy, right? There is an argument to be made that that there's an extra non-physical component to us that might be called the spirit. There is no argument, there is no evidence that it exists. There is not enough evidence that something beyond that doesn't potentially exist. Most people would group it into mental, but to the mental efforts, but it's kind of the argument of sentience, right? How many numbers, how many thoughts, individual thoughts or otherwise, need to be made in order for someone to attain sentience? How much sentience is transcended? How much can sentience be transcended by something that is inexplicable otherwise? Is that what the spirit is? I'll take these, thank you. It'll only give me 10. That's fine, though. To your answer on should we eat human meat? Sure. I mean, you can. I wouldn't go getting it, from people who are still using it, if I were you. There was an argument. This is a philosophy. Let's give you a philosophy for it, because I'm sure you were offering it as a philosophy versus a moral conundrum, right? Which of course is another philosophical debate on itself. But there was a historian who also happened to dabble, I guess, a bit in philosophy. Where in the world am I going? Named Herodotus, and Herodotus found that there were people who were cannibals, who ate human meat, basically, and they were neighboring a group of people who were non-cannibals. And the people that were non-cannibals, basically, when asked, there it is, would you eat human meat, and what would it take to get you to eat human meat? They said, oh, no way, absolutely not, it's immoral, it's whatever, because they revered the dead as dead. The neighboring community that ate the human meat, when he asked them, he said, what would it take to get you to eat human meat? They said, oh, nothing, because it's the last gift our dearly departed give to us is the ability to eat one more day. So, the question is it inherently immoral for them to have done that? And the answer to that question is, in my opinion, no. But I do think that our food is, at this point, plentiful enough where we don't have to do that. But I don't believe it's a moral issue or an affront to an individual to do so. Ha ha ha. Get back to the top here. Sorry, I'm actually enjoying this game. I remembered liking this game a lot. I don't remember a ton about it, but I enjoy this game. It's so fast paced and just fluid and just it's really cool. I think I might get those other Blood Rain and Legacy of Kain games today. If they play anything like this, I'm going to be a happy person. I got a key. Aha. It looks like I'm trying to drink from them, but I'm not. Wait.
Oh, I like this. Is this a maze? Oh, I like this. Okay, hold on. Let me pause. Right. Does my heart go on? Does the spirit of the dinosaur live on? Why couldn't Jack fit on that door? That's true. Rose certainly... Why does Jack think he's king of the world? Does he have any credentials? Should we all go stand on the ends of boats and briefly take that title until someone else inevitably steals it from us? Well, you can create a hierarchy that way. I vaguely remember an old South Park where the side characters ate human meat, but just to stay alive when they snowed in. And the Shining reference, yeah. I know about cannibalism. I saw it on TV. See, it's okay. It's often why not North Park? You know, Max, I'm inclined to go on a boat and say I'm king of the world. Anyone who disagrees can... Is a park truly in any cardinal direction? This is funny. I know a lot of what it was pun, but I offered a little bit of philosophy in there, so just so that I can say I did my share, though my contribution not nearly as impressive as your guys's. Let me switch over to my... There. But I did my best to offer a little bit of a contribution. The contribution of philosophy. Okay, I'm just going to see if I'm going in circles to see if there's any. What kind of rifle was that? Good lord. Ah, this is nice. And I got whatever a chronoceptor is. I assume it's something that has to do with me being able to control time. I have no idea. Is it something I can use for my weapon menu? Nope. Philosophy of South Park, coming to a YouTube near you. I'd have to know a lot more in order to philosophize on South Park principles. I'd have to know a lot more about South Park. I know very popular references for the most part. I'm going to keep going this way just real quick to see what's there. I know the more popular references, but beyond that, I don't know a ton about it. I probably should know more, but I don't. Okay, let me go get that key then. This is a way out, so let me go get the key. South Park doesn't, but South Park certainly does. Just a machine. I think that they killed Retro Hugh. So let's grab that key. These guys are just gonna watch me because they can't do anything. It looks like I'm trying to drink from it, but it's just a stone. I'm gonna take those shotgun shells. Give me the shells. Why can't I have it? I guess my shotgun is full again? No? I don't know why I can't pick up those shells. It may be a glitch. Or I may not have the right shotgun for it. Maybe that's the case. Yeah, I know South Park is mostly satirical, so... I'm sure there are some philosophical themes to be explored in it, but... Yeah, this game is fun. It's fast-paced, it feels pretty good. I got 15 arrows, sorry. I can't jump up there either. So you're saying South Park doesn't have philosophical themes? Oh, I would say I think Fighting Mac said it doesn't. I'd take his word before mine on that. I know nothing about it, so. Come on, me. I thought that blue portal was going to do something more cool than it actually did, which was nothing. Are philosophical themes truly there in satire? Satire isn't always intrinsic of philosophy, but philosophy can almost always be excused away as satire. I think. What is hitting me? Whatever it is doing a great job of making me angry. Not really. I don't actually care all that much. It's a video game. But, I'm glad that I had those spring legs installed, or I wouldn't have survived that. Oh, I got an extra life. I got 100 of those, I guess. Also, when you get resurrected, that was the cool thing. He says, I am Turok again also. But he, the body actually showed like these rudimentary ragdoll physics, which was really cool. I'll try not to die, but if I die, you'll get to see it. I'll get resurrected around the time. Around the area where, rather, I picked up the last key, I think. Boop. There's another one. Dr. Strangelove, I bet something interesting. I bet there are interesting philosophical things there. I'm sure. South Park exists. Max affirms it. I have 69 PhDs in South Park. I swear, that's funny. You probably do. In the original Deus Ex, you probably do. Although this was Iguana Studios, I don't think Eidos had picked any of that up. Uh-oh. Low health, huh? This is gonna be 25. I'll take it. Alright, that was the Guardian. And then they pull a cheap trap and it's like spikes come out of the side or something. Access to level 8. Wait, what? Really? And I can go in here. Can you also have 69 PhDs in Beavis and Butt? That's funny. But I think this is... Yeah, I think I just kind of wanted to show a little bit of the games because we talked as long as we did. So I may have to get off here in just a bit. Actually, probably we'll get off here just now. And I might try to do this one more time just to get reacclimated, and then I'll go back to Celeste. Just talk and play games. But it was because it was really nice. We talked about a bunch of different topics, which I think was awesome. So I really like the idea of getting to just kind of reacclimate, since everything has been as busy as it has. To reacclimate by playing a couple of just cathartic streams where I'm playing what's most fun, and we're just talking in general. And oh, that skeleton bled to death. Dang. But anyway, I think I might do that one more time just because I had a lot of fun doing it, and it was a nice and easy way to kind of come back into it. So I think it'd be nice. I hope you guys will tolerate at least one more cathartic stream from me. I think the next cathartic stream I'll probably play a lot of. I'll be straightforward with you. I'll probably play a lot of Star Wars games because that sounds like a lot of fun. Probably some older ones, maybe some newer ones, a little bit of everything. But I had fun playing Star Wars games, and I think I might play a couple of those. Okay. If no one's opposed, of course. Well, so let's see if I do the resurrection real quick, if it'll show you the rudimentary ragdoll.
I am Turok.
And then I go back to my gun pose, but no gun. Yeah, I think I'm going to call it here. I had a lot of fun. We streamed for about 4 hours. I think that's pretty good. We talked for most of it, which I'm also good with. So let's gently. where the dragon is it not? Who came up with ragdoll physics in games? Probably humanity, probably just natural, not humanity, probably the inspiration was. I don't know the specific individual, but the inspiration was probably just how we ragdoll in real life if we happen to not be doing much. 4 hours of streaming and lots of we did actually have a ton of deep discussion, so on topics that people don't like to talk about a lot of times. So it was really nice to be able to do that. But I think I'm gonna leave it here. I think I'm gonna come back for another cathartic stream one more time at some point. Not necessarily this weekend, but one more catharsis stream. Called me a ragdoll. No, I didn't. We'll come back for one more catharsis stream probably the next time, and then after that I'll go back to Celeste, but just to get me back into the swing of things. It was really good to get to talk on everything and just kind of get to play games. So I had fun. But I hope everybody has a wonderful day. I hope everybody has a wonderful weekend. I hope we'll get to talk with you guys in other formats and forums as time goes on. And then I hope I get to see you here again next weekend when we discuss again and just play some fun and random games. So, guys, have a wonderful rest of your day, wonderful rest of your weekend. Thank you so much for being here, to Viddy and to Ash and to Omega and to Thumb and to Fighting Max, all talking. And then thank you to anybody who comes in after the fact and just happens to watch and tolerate these streams, as I have a ton of fun talking about stuff like this. Just stuff we need to be thinking about openly. So I hope you all do, though. Again, have a wonderful day, and we'll see you next time.